right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this strategic planning workshop of the City of Boynton Beach City Commission. This meeting is called to order. As always, as with all of our meetings, we will adhere to the same rules of civility and decorum. Officials must be addressed by the chair first before speaking and not interrupt any other speaker. Public comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to an individual on the dais or in the audience. Disruptive behaviors, attacks, insults, anything of the sort is strictly prohibited, so please govern yourselves accordingly. City Clerk, it is Saturday, May 13th, 2023. Could you please begin the roll call?
Mayor Pensurga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly,
Here.
Commissioner Cruz.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Our invocation this morning will be led by Commissioner Woodrow Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vice Mayor Thomas Turkin. Let's all stand for the invocation and pledge.
Let us pray. Oh Lord our God, we gather here this morning to make decisions for our community. May we use our best skills and judgment as we move down this road. We thank you, Lord, for another beautiful day in sunny South Florida. We pray that each person that will make their presentation will have the betterment of this city in mind. Thank you for these commissioners and our mayor, for our staff and everyone who thought it not robbery to come out to this workshop. We ask now, Lord, that you put your loving arms around us individually and collectively. Help us to move down the road that will make Boynton Beach a better city. These blessings we ask in your name. Let every heart say amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We're now going to move on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, reorganizations to the agenda. Are there any from city staff?
No, Mayor.
All right, anything from my colleagues? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Turkin. I heard a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. We're now moving on to other informational items by members of the City Commission. Let's begin with my left, Commissioner Kelly, if you have any informational items to share.
I do not have any informational items to share. I did have a chance to speak with Lyle, obviously, in advance of this meeting. So just to disclose that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Hay.
No, none for me.
All right. Vice Mayor Turkin.
I also had the opportunity to speak with Lyle. Great conversation. And I just want to say to all the moms out there, happy early Mother's Day. You guys make the world go round.
Commissioner Cruz.
I had a meeting as well with strategic planning and no disclosures for me. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and no disclosures for myself. We're now going to begin the meat of our meeting, the strategic planning discussion. I'm going to ask our city staff to introduce this item. And today we have a new strategic planning consultant, Mr. Lyle Summick from Lyle Summick and Associates. All right. City manager would like to begin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Pretty much going forward, we've probably been doing over about a month of, I guess, preliminary strategic planning, trying to actually get an idea of what the board wants to see as its vision moving forward. Obviously, you guys met with your constituents. You obviously have your own, I guess, goals in mind of what the city, the direction we want to head in over the next 5 years. Lyle, his pedigree speaks for itself. I mean, most of you have already had a chance to meet with him. So without further ado, Lyle, I'll let you take the floor.
I apologize for those of who have sinus battles. My throat's a little foggy, so some of you are nodding your head, you understand. So I apologize for froggy and cough starting off. I do have a question for you. How formal do you want this today? Do you want to be called by your last name, Commissioner, or first name?
I'm personally indifferent. We can just stick with standard protocol, Commissioner so-and-so, and we'll leave it at that. Yeah, and this is a workshop, so this is a more informal back and forth, all right? But
Yeah,
I-
usually this is the most formal I've done it in 7 years. In the last 7 years, usually we meet in around the table. It's open
Mhm.
for public comment and participation. But because for me, this ought to be a workshop where you have the ability to throw out even the craziest of ideas. And as we talk with each other, we bring them into focus. So that's why I was asking that question, because I feel like I need to stand up, as we were joking earlier, and get sworn in. But this is a lot more physical barriers between us and than I'm used to in a less formal workshop. So you prefer mayor and commissioner then?
We'll stick with standard protocol, but
Okay.
this is a Saturday morning. We're more relaxed, so we'll do our best. We'll make it work.
All righty. Today, what? It's not close enough? Okay, this will be. Is that close enough? Hello? Hello, hello? Is that better? Okay. I thank you for all your time beforehand. Those were very, very productive, from my perspective, interviews. And so in the book, don't be intimidated by it. This is a working document, reference document. Anything that we talk about today, boy, we can change the heck out of it. So don't be intimidated about, whoa, this is a big book. I put together a framework that outlines both my view of the council commission form of government, and it also is a draft, working draft. And today, I want to take the first hour doing the framing so that we're all on a common framework, and then dive into it. Today is one of 2 sessions. So this is session 1. As you know, we have a follow-up. Today, I want to take us to the 10,000 foot level, looking at where do you want this community to be? You all talk to me. You think about 2035. Oh, that's way off on the future. But if you want something for the community, I was working with one last week. They set as a top priority an aquatic center. When you look at it, it's not going to be available until maybe 28, 29. When you look at design, financing, voter approval, construction. And so today is really a building block for the future. Every decision, non-decision, redecision create Boynton Beach's future. And so today we're going to look at first, where do you want the community to be in 15 years? If you think back 15 years, oh my God, that is 2038. And then you go back 15 years, 2008, that isn't that far back. So today, it isn't going to be real tomorrow, but it will lay the foundation for creating a reality that benefits your residents, businesses, and makes this a better community. A couple other things. You look at the mission of what is the purpose of city government? And we're going to talk about that today as well, because the vehicle that's going to take you to that destination is going to be the city government. And so we're going to talk about, and I ask you about, what are your expectations about both the government and employees? That is going to be our focus today. When we get back together, there is an initial draft of a 5-year plan that have outcome-based objectives, challenges and opportunities, actions. And, when we get together in our second session, we're going to go through it, but I'm going to modify it based upon our comments today. So I give it to you as a reference, but not as the final document. This week, I will get a revised one. I've also had staff fill out what were their successes last year? What were the challenges that they face? What are they current working on? And what are short-term activities? We had a session, all-day session. They were terrific. So we have their raw worksheets are in here for your viewing. So you can look at what did they say? I have taken their input and integrated it into that 5-year plan. And some of the things that many times strategic planning is seen as additional work. No, it needs to be integrated into the actual work. When we get back together, we'll finalize and focus the priorities for the next year, then lay the foundation for the budget and a policy agenda for you of issues that you want to address, and as well as identifying some governance issues. One issue that came up that we'll talk about today, but get some closure and direction, is term limits. Do any of you remember bringing that up to me? It was brought up by more than one. We'll talk about that. Where do you want to go? So there will be some governance issues as we talk. After our session in May, I'm going to be meeting with staff, and who's going to do what and when. You will actually see a work program of how your priorities translate into daily activities. So you'll see those issues that you need to address during the budget. You'll see what are coming to you in a workshop or a decision form, and you'll have a policy calendar for the year. So that's where we're headed. Is it going to be a perfect plan? No, I don't believe there are perfect plans. For me, strategic planning is an ongoing process that needs to be adjusted to the changing environment out there. Who knows what's going to happen in 6 months? There may be an opportunity that knocks on your door. I'll give you an example. I was working this week with 2 cities in the Chicago area. One of the things the Bear has announced, the Bears may move out of Chicago. What? And that is a real proposal, moving to Arlington Heights. And that is something that we ended up talking about, revising their plans to incorporate something that wasn't in a year ago. So I go back usually and annually update. We don't change the vision, the mission. What we do is update the objectives and actions. So both cities are very close. They're adjacent to where it's going, most likely. And they're thinking about, we need to study the economic impact. If it's 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 miles, because you have a lot of folks that go to NFL games, but never go into the stadium. They just want to be around the atmosphere of it. So for me, this is an ongoing process where you give it your best shot today. For me, there's a difference between politics and governance. Politics is getting elected. Governance is serving your community. And over the years, there's been more and more emphasis on the politics in a lot of communities and getting reelected rather than serving the community. There have been several presidents that have been very good politically, but they also governed well. If you think, and it's both parties, sometimes the best friends may not be of the same party. Today, that is not the case. For example, during Reagan, Tip O'Neill and Reagan were very good friends, and were able to get a lot of things negotiated. I'm going to read something. It's in your book. You don't need to look at it. It's called Politics versus Governance. It was one of those senior moments where I woke up in the middle of the night, wrote things down on a sheet of paper and went, I'm gonna go back to sleep, woke up in the morning and went, this isn't bad. It has been used a lot in municipal leagues throughout the country. Governance is serving the community. Politics is getting elected, reelected. Governance is being guided by your vision, your goals, your desires for the community's future, and value to the community. Politics is usually guided by an issue, a cause, or philosophical principle. Governance is shaping the community's future for the long term. Politics is responding to the moment and the current crisis. Governance is taking responsibility. Politics is making promises. Governance is exercising an ability to influence and educate others. Politics is use of personal power. Governance is finding pragmatic solutions to problems through collaboration. Politics is starting with solutions in mind. Governance is being data-driven. Politics is playing to folks' emotions. Governance is negotiating by trading off to find workable compromise that benefit the community. Politics is demanding an advocacy to win. Governance is educating and mobilizing support. Politics is rallying supporters and creating zealots. Governance is creating community benefit and value. Politics is taking personal credit and personal recognition. Hopefully that made sense. Today, we're going to focus on governing. And we had great conversations because as we talked, you talked with me about how you value the community, how you want to be a contributor to a better community for your residents and for the overall Boynton Beach community. I was really energized, and I told staff after the interviews with all 5 of you. Woodrow, you and I, Commissioner, hey, you and I know one another back when we were, I actually had a little hair then. And I'm glad to be back and working with you and excited about our venture today. It is our venture. Working together, we can change the heck out of things, but we need to have some fun and we need to keep it loose. If you need breaks, I respond very well to timeout. And I understand that at times today, we'll just have to say, we need a timeout. We can do that, keeping it loose. The final thing I would say is when I worked in the city of San Diego, Helen Cobb said, if we're not having fun and finding a sense of humor, we're probably not serving the public well. And for me, we ought to also have some fun today. I know it's Saturday and it's Mother's Day weekend. I thank you for your time and we're ready to go. Let's go to section 1. I want to frame your form of government. In your books here, go to page 3. Under the commission manager form, you all have 3 key processes. There's governance, management, and service delivery. And there is a hierarchy. Governance, and what I'll do today a lot is ask you, what do you want? What's your ideas? Your job is what answers? What do you want this community to be? 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And you, as the board of directors of this major corporation, define that in your vision, in the mission of what you see as the purpose of government, in your budgets, and in your daily policy decisions. So governance is what? It overlaps with management. And that is the manager is your employee. The manager works for you. Things go through the manager. And their job is to figure out how. You may go to a Florida League meeting and hear the Carver governance model. It is very different. It wouldn't give us input from staff. It disassociates you as a governing body from management. I don't think that works. I think we need their input and they need yours, and together collaboratively over the next month, we're going to get something that is your document. So for me, management is how. And then there are the actions of your employees. That's what public sees. It's how the services are provided. It's whether the call gets responded to. It's what they see in your community visually when they enter. That's what they see. If they're not satisfied with that, who do they call? You. I believe today, being an elected official in local government is a 24/7 job. You could be at church. You could be going to the store, getting the last bit of items for dinner, and someone sees you and they say, oh, by the way, you're a commissioner, and you're going, I gotta get home in 5 minutes. And they follow you out to your car and
Oh,
you're
yeah.
trying to politely.
2 minutes.
You've been watching.
That's
No, I've
happened.
been experiencing, but that's the reality. You have a big tattoo on your forehead and a target on your chest, like the bummer of a birthmark. Remember the card where there's 2 deer? You go, "Oh, that's a bad birthmark. Because you're fair game. You don't have a personal life. They can call you in the night. And I don't think that is bad. It's just, that's part of the reality today. And with social media and others, they see you and know your faces more than they did 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And for me, the key words that I really urge you to use is let me check into it. Because as you check into it, oh, there's more to the story. Oh, there's background here. That let me check into it can save a lot of heartache. You can get back to them, but let me check into it. Talk to the manager, to Dan and others, and you say, oh, there is a context here. The city's actually done that. For me, that is teamwork. And this is the model that this form of government is based on. If you look at it, it is a hierarchy. It is going from you as the board of directors through your CEO to your employees. Because if the employees start running directly to you, be social, hi, friendly, nice. Because if you get involved, then where do they get their orders? From you or from their supervisor or staff? So there is working through the manager. They are your staff. You can read the rest of some of this. One of the things that this form of government requires is teamwork. And go to page 17. See, we're going to cruise through this quickly. Any of you eat Frosted Flakes? And what did Tony say?
Not good, it's great.
Right. And that, if you can remember, imprint this image of Tony the Tiger in your brain. Tony the Tiger says they're great. For me, that is the definition of a team. Unlike other teams, you don't get to choose who you play with, right? If I'm a college football coach or an NFL coach, usually you get to select which players fit in. You are brought together by the community. Now, work together as a team. That is difficult. And for me, teams start off with G, a common goal that is the rallying point. And that's why today's effort is a key foundation for creating an effective team. We're going to talk about vision, mission, core values, your plan. That is what ties us together. But if we look at our society, we just went through the NFL draft, right? Some of the football fans. What are some of those kids interested in?
Money.
You bet. They're not in, I didn't flip you off, folks. This is a ring finger. They're not worried about the Super Bowl right now, right? They want to get the most money and lay that foundation for future contracts, right? And yet At the end of the career, some folks go, I don't have one of these Super Bowl rings, so I'm going to sign a contract where maybe I can get this and have sort of a topper on my career. That is in our society today, much more individualistic than team. And for me, rallying the community, your community partners, your boards and commissions around, hey, here's where we want to take Boynton Beach. We need to partner to make it real. So common goals is a unifier. Role is, what role do I play? I am not a petite guy. I played football and I played baseball. What positions did this body play? This isn't hard.
Catcher or,
Bingo.
and, I don't know, center maybe?
You got it. 2 gold stars. Yeah, because I am the slowest guy ever. In baseball, I played college baseball at the University of California at Santa Barbara, and I got a hit off Tom Seaver. Some of you older ones know that name. I got thrown out at first base. Well, it went to right field, but it was a quick hop. I am slow. My point in bringing it up is we need diversity of views and ideas to be an effective team. Having everybody on the team look like me, we're going to have one ineffective team. We're going to need somebody that can pitch, throw, hit. We need to have that diversity. In other words, we need to respect the diversity of everybody part of the city team. They have different ideas, different priorities, and different styles. And let me focus on styles for a moment. If I brought a kit in here and we're going to assemble it, who would read the instructions? Raise your hand. Who would not? We have leftover parts sometimes. And the sucker stands, right?
Yeah.
But they're left over. Why? Because we only see instructions as reference material. And we need to, if I had a big, thick packet from you, I'd want a 2-page summary. I'm a visual learner. What have I done? I've spent about 4 hours driving around Boynton Beach, walking, looking at different neighborhoods, because that's how I approach things. I tend to do that. My wife, Julie, was an auditor to Ford Motor Credit. How many times do you think she checks our banking account daily? More than once, more than twice. As long as we don't have a pink or yellow slip coming, I think we're fine, right? We need to have respect and play off each individual's strengths and put people in positions where they have a great likelihood of success. But it's all contributing to the achievement of the common goal. So today, it is not getting all 5 of you to look at the city of Boynton Beach the same way. It's looking at what is our collective focus going forward. And yeah, some of your ideas are going to go, that's not going to fit, and others will. But it's your collective focus that bring you and the community together and partner with them. Execute. It's making timely decisions based upon the best available data. And then the key for me in any team is that third bullet, evaluating and adjusting. If you put together a program, come back in 3 or 6 months. Is it achieving the value to the community? Do we need to make adjustments? It's not who screwed up. It didn't go perfect. Nothing's going to go perfect. It's a matter of getting a workable decision and then evaluate and adjusting it as you go along. And so for me, if you look at the cities that I work with, the commission gets quarterly updates. Are we on target? It's not a big, large sheet. It's one sheet, green, red, yellow. And you can see, are we on target for achieving it? We can add things. For me, that's making it ongoing, and that evaluating and adjusting is really critical to future success. Attitude. So we've got our goal, got our role, we're making actions. Attitude is what you bring in your heart and your mind to the table. A willingness to cooperate with others, a willingness to communicate in an open, direct, and honest manner. Today, I hope you feel free to throw out even the craziest ideas, because in that crazy idea, there may be a seed for a better Boynton Beach in the future. So we ought to throw it out, and it may work, it may not. That's what the part of the effort. One of the areas that I am very critical of a lot of councils and cities is we do a terrible job celebrating with our community success. What do? We have the shovel for the groundbreaking. We have the scissors for the cutting the ribbon. If you think about celebrations, a true celebration is creating a memory of the event. And you're going, what? Give me an example. I'm going to give you two. Any golfers here? No golfers? But you played. So city builds a new golf course, and they lay it out in dirt. It's going to be a year or so before they can play because they got to seed it. The dirt open where the community can play. You get 4 clubs, you go out and play in the dirt. They had to do it 3 weekends in a row. And what did they get as the winner? A dirt goblet. That is celebrating with the community. It's not saying, what did I achieve or the city? It's what did we achieve as a community? Because you're going to need their partnership in using and refining that. So celebrating to create memories, or a wastewater treatment plant. Build a 20-foot crapper toilet out of styrofoam. Do the first flush that echoes throughout your community. And you slide through and everybody gets a sludge bar. Yes, Hershey does that. It says sludge on it. They put your logo on the back. Let me tell you, that is a celebration. I think we need to do a little weird, be creative, and celebrate with our community. A new library in Westminster, Colorado. The kids in the neighborhood passed the last books. They got, if you go in there today, the wall is the pictures of these kids. Some now have their kids going to that library, Berry Library. It is one, then they had a barbecue and music. It's celebrating with the community. The final thing is, why do you do that? It builds momentum. People like to be part of a win, particularly if it's demonstrating value where my quality of life, my family is going to be better off today than it was 5 years ago or a year ago. Trust is earned. Trust is earned because we've achieved our goal, fulfilled our roles, executed, and we did it together. For me, that is a team. Trust is earned with the community based upon your performance and what you deliver in value. Hopefully that made some sense to you going forward. But there's a big but here. If you look at teams, go to the next page. Athletic teams and communities get labeled. Some get a loser. They fight with one another. There's no vision. The community looks bad. And if you get labeled as a loser, it's going to take a while to get out of that, to change the mentality. But if you can drive around South Florida and there are communities, you go, yep, that's not, I don't want to live there. Businesses don't want to invest. Residents are going, why in the heck do I want to live here? And you get this label. That takes a 10-year effort, major effort, to get out of that. And if you think about it, some of the folks that got drafted for many years, you got drafted by the Cleveland Browns, you went, oh, let me put in a year or two and let me see if I can negotiate a trade, because they had that reputation. Yeah, big time. And then you look at teams and communities that, how do you look? Oh, we look okay. How we doing? Oh, we're okay. Can we do better? Oh, we're doing about as good as we can do. We're okay. I say that as being a Cubs fan. For 100 years, they did nothing. And yet they were in first place in September 1st. And what did folks say? A true Cub fan, and I was in Chicago earlier this week. Oh, they still have time to blow it. And for 100 years, what did they do? They blew it. Even though they were in first place on September 1st, by the end of the month, they weren't and never went into the playoffs. They had 1 year where they were winner, and now where are they? But people still support it. And what is the rationale? That's about as good as the Cubs can go. But I'll go to Wrigley Field, I'll buy my beer, have a Chicago dog. It's still a vital place to go, but there's an acceptance of that. We're not here to do those two. We're here to be a winner and turn winning into a tradition and becoming a true champion. I would suggest to you that many of the cities I work with have had a winning season to start and now are having a true championship. And I'll give you one, Round Rock, Texas. 8 years ago, they put out a vision to be the sports capital of Texas. Amateur sports capital of Texas. They built a complex there that has an indoor 2 soccer fields with 12 soccer fields around it. It's wired for ESPN and sports networks. The Big 12 does their soccer championships. Why use this? The community is told you're not going to be able to use it on any weekend because there's going to be tournaments. But Monday through Thursday, it's yours. Last Saturday, a week ago today, the city passed a bond issue for a second indoor facility and now a national and international tournament center there. Kalahari, it's Great Wolf Lodge on steroids, went out of the Midwest to Round Rock, Texas, and are going to be adding 900 more rooms to their hotel, doubling the capacity of their water park, which is used also by the community. I would suggest to you, they are someone who went from 7 years ago, let's have a winning season, to now being a true champion, supported by the community, as evidenced in the vote last week, where they overwhelmingly supported the expansion of their vision of being the sports capital of Texas. One of the first things they did was get the state legislature to endorse Round Rock as the sports capital. A lot of communities try to emulate them, but they have said, we're going to do it. One of their departments is sports tourism. And who did they hire as their director? The assistant athletic director of University of Texas. He is now bringing NCAA tournaments there on weekends for softball, baseball, soccer. Let me tell you, it's an economic engine there that is sustainable long-term and is unique. It's a town of about 100,000, just outside of Austin. But it is one that if you go there, the community together has achieved a lot. And that for me is a true champion. A true champion doesn't have goals. They continually refocus and refine those goals. A true champion doesn't have a plan. They have a strategy, tactics that can be adapted to a changing environment. Another thing is, it's building the next generation of leaders and involving the community in building that next generation. So for me, that's the framework that I use as part of strategic planning. Hopefully that made some sense to you. Any questions so far before you go to section 2 to page 19? We live in turbulent times, very turbulent. And I'd like to hit some of the forces out there. One, you are nonpartisan. I think there's a lot of efforts to go away from that. And if you go to some states, now if you run for nonpartisan, you have to declare a party, which doesn't make it nonpartisan. In most of the communities I work with, I don't know whether they're a Republican or Democrat, because that isn't police, that isn't fire, that isn't water, that isn't wastewater, that isn't, I don't care what, I want value. And I think one of the things that I'm seeing is more and more parties are getting involved. I've had a number of council members and mayors reject their party endorsements. They say, I'm here to serve the community, and they've all won. They've had candidates run against them, supported by their party, but that message of serving the community, and that's what was great hearing from you, your desire, the 5 of you, to serve this community of Boynton Beach. But there's challenges out there and there's headwinds. Look at the state level. The next thing, if you look at the city of Boynton Beach and did a normal curve, there's 20% that is going to be against everything you do. They'll never be satisfied. And then there's 20% that want to work with you and be on a board or commission and partner with you. And those two groups don't get along well. If you put them on a committee together, guess what this group does? They go, why in the heck you put me on with them? Because they have no vision, no goals, no direction. And then there's 10% that lean to the negative, 10% that lean to the positive. You're going, Lyle, that's bad math. 40%, I thought I lived in Delray Beach, or I thought unincorporated Palm Beach County. There's 40% that don't know who you are. They love living here. They get great service. But they're not involved. A key today is reaching out to the 80%, including that 40, involving and engaging them at their level, communicating with them, and not be driven by the 5%. Because there's a 5% out there of the negative that put out disinformation. And I'll give you an example. In Dubuque, Iowa, right prior to the election, they said the city is going broke. And they took the debt of general fund, water, wastewater, and they're under a consent decree there, all their special funds debt, and applied it to general fund. The reality was they were only at 55% of their general fund debt capacity. They had a AA+ rating. They have since achieved AAA bond rating, but they put this out on social media. The media picked it up, put it in the newspaper, and that impacted the election. I believe today, tactical response to disinformation is really critical from cities, not from you as individuals, but the institution correcting misinformation and disinformation. I think that's a big challenge today. Hopefully that makes some sense to you all. But that rallying the 80 becomes a real critical success. Today, we live in an increasing mean society. Folks are using emails and phone calls, and you go, whoa, what did they just say? They're aggressive. And your employees are seeing this as well. I was working in Bartow, and they have a drive-through utility where you pay your utility bills like the bank. somebody was mad at their utility bill and took a sledgehammer and went after the clerk there, breaking the glass. You talk to your employees in every city I work with, the tone that's coming from many of your citizens is aggressive, mean, and nasty and personal. And sometimes it gets extremely personal. I work over just across the border in Georgia at Camden County. It's right north of Jacksonville. And their person who heads up their election is nonpartisan. She's appointed by the county administrator. And after the election, she was accused of not finding enough electoral votes to change the results. And actually, a person followed with a gun to her car. They knew her kids. They knew what schools the kids went to and where she lived. Very intimidated by that. So people's meanness, I don't underestimate it today over what was there 5 or 10 years ago. False facts and disinformation is a real challenge out there. How do you get the word out? And I believe in real proactive communications is really critical. Marketing your successes and community assets, as well as using social media in a variety of platforms today. One method will not work. Many years ago when David Hardin, I worked with the city of Delray Beach for around 30 years. Then David Hardin retired and I've not worked there since. But one of the things we ask the community is, how do you get the word out into the community? And at a community summit, they said the Green Owl Cafe, that if you got it in there, so they put it up in the bathrooms. Here's what's going on in our community today. A captive audience. And guess what? They got a lot of positive feedback on it. So we ought to go to where the residents, it's convenient and easy access to information. And that means different folks and different age groups are going to use different ways. Some folks say all seniors, of which I qualify, wanted a hard copy. No. During COVID, we become pretty good with computers just to keep up with our grandkids. And our grandkids, many of them taught us stuff. So we want it online as well. You're going, why do we have a hard book rather than, for me, you're going to write in this and to keep it in an expedited way. This is why we have a hard book today. We've done it other ways, but it elongates it. The next one is your decisions should not be aimed at making the community happy. What do you mean, Lyle? We ought to focus on value to the community and community benefit. I'm going to share a very unfortunate story. It comes out of a suburb in Chicago. They had Central Avenue. It's a major now east-west connector. It was a residential street with 2 cars and then 2 parking. So it's sort of narrow 4-car width. Now it's major east-west, 40 to 45 mile an hour speed limit. So what does that mean? Folks are going. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're roaring down there. Here's the neighborhood up here. Here's a park and an elementary school here. And here's the street. Neighborhood wants to get to the park. And so they come in and say, we want you to put one of those triangles where you push the button and it lights up and people will stop. The city engineer did the study and said, it doesn't warrant, it's not going to be safe because it's in a mid block. It's not at an intersection. It's a T coming out of the neighborhood, park and school here. So this council on a unanimous vote denied it. They went nuts. They applied political pressure. They got somebody to certify that, yes, it had the merit warrants to do it. They came in and on a 5-2 vote, agreed to put it in. So they installed it. Mother with 2 kids, pushed the button, worked, got over, dropped the kids off. She was going to go biking after dropping them off at school because they got a great pass system there. She comes to the light, presses the button, it lights up, the truck stops, she runs out, killed instantly because the other one did not see the triangle. Who's getting sued today? Yeah, Commissioner, you might as well open up the checkbook here. No, the neighborhood's now not happy at all, blaming the city for putting it in and now suing the city. They made the neighborhood happy, but I'm not sure they served the community overall well. And I think there's a real challenge where you all have to make decisions, where you hear from the staff, you hear from the community, and you know what's in your heart, what you think's right. And you have to balance those and make the decisions as a board of directors, what's best for Boynton Beach. Who is the best judge? It's when you look yourself in the mirror and say, did I make the best decision for our community? And if you can say that, you made the right decision. It's balancing all of that. None is right. It's what's in your heart, what you hear. It's balance, and from the staff, it's balancing that based upon what you believe. And you are the decision makers to define what this community is, what it's going to be. And today, we're going to spend time taking all of your ideas and focusing. Focus, focus, focus is going to be our emphasis today. But I would urge you to think about value. Then going to page 21. Today, costs of government are high and increasing. Try to order a police Explorer package. We can put you on the list to get you on the waiting list, but we're not going to give you a guaranteed price or delivery date. It is a real challenge today trying to figure out what the operating costs are. They're escalating significantly. Even playground equipment, it's maybe 2 years. Turf fields, very expensive. There's production and supply chain issues. Many times your projects are going to come to you, estimated this, and then you have change orders because of escalating costs, availability of subcontractors. We live in a very dynamic time with the costs. I would hate to predict any major project costs right now because it's not going to be accurate. So the increasing cost is a real challenge for you when it comes to budgeting. A second one is who and how to pay for services. That's tough. Is it property tax? Are there other revenue sources? And how do we partner with other community organizations to expand our resource base for the city? Today, grants are more competitive. They are out there, but you've got to be positioned and prepared and be very aggressive in advocacy. Some of you talked about TPA grants. Do you remember that with me? And how do we get more money for Boynton Beach there? And that's a challenge. With term limits, it takes a while to get up into TPA, and by then, you're out. So for me, the paying for services is a real challenge. And who? They're not free. People want to flush without fear. They want to have those services, turn on the water and flush, and they don't want to worry about it. There's a real scary thing here. The average age of a wastewater treatment plant operator is 57. Where is that next generation? They require license. They require certain technical skills and backgrounds. That is a real critical thing. How do we pay for it? How do we get it ready? Every city is one incident away from a disaster. I've unfortunately had a couple of personal experiences. February 14th, several years ago, I was working with the management team, and all of a sudden the phones lit up. First was the fire, then the police. Where was that? Yep. Because I was working with Coral Springs staff. Who provides fire to
Coral Springs.
Yep. And the sheriff provided the police, but the police got there because the fire said nobody's there and the police came in. That was a real shock. Let me tell you, they changed their priorities during the next year based upon that incident. It's not only being prepared for, it's the response, but the worst thing in most incidents is the recovery, the follow-up, whether it be a hurricane coming through here and it's being prepared. That takes resources today. And there's an expectation, not only being able to respond to it, but also being able to recover from it. And that takes more work and an investment. The next one is infrastructure. We drive around communities. I'm going to wait in and probably be on thin ice. I'm not sure some of your swales really function the way they're supposed to. Does that make sense what I just said? You have swales in this community, right?
Yes.
Part of stormwater. There in a couple of neighborhoods, some of them were sort of overgrown. Does that make sense? That's a real challenge today. If you look at infrastructure, that means a basic investment in what does our community look like? Our streets, our sidewalks, our lighting. All of those are part of our infrastructure. Oh, by the way, there's the underground infrastructure. And sometimes infrastructure that was put in the 90s is worse than the 70s because of materials. If you really want a little trivia, if you go to Orlando, you all know 1792, a major road there, 1792 in Orlando. Those their water lines are teak wood. And they still exist today. And guess what condition they're in? Mint condition because no oxygen. So the city of Orlando and others haven't had to redo the 1792 because the wood and it's square, but those work. Where today, some of our recent materials haven't lived up to the lifespan. And it's a continual investment. And sometimes it's a difficult message because a newer subdivision may need to have road improvements where an older one, which was built with better materials, may be delayed. So infrastructure and the investment. You all talk to me about visual experiences here. If you look at coming into Boynton Beach, what do you see? That's part of your infrastructure as well. And unfortunately, I had a situation where I was riding with the mayor of Peoria, Dave Ransford. We picked up somebody who was going to sign a development agreement there at the airport. We went up on Adam and Washington couplets, and they got in about a mile. And the guy said, Dave, take me back to the airport. So I'm not coming here. And Dave goes, what? We're going to sign it tonight. No. If you're not going to invest in your infrastructure, why should I invest in your community? That was a real example. And it was like, it blew Dave's mind. But they had not taken care of that. The curbs were rotten and the sidewalks were crumbling. And the guy looked at it and said, if you're not going to do it, you want me to invest my money and millions in yours? Why? So infrastructure is extremely critical to the daily lives of our residents, but also laying that foundation for the future. Difficulty in finding the next generation. Today, there's a very tight employment market out there, and finding the next generation of public employees. I don't know where. Police are finding their pool shrinking. Fire. If you talk to many police chiefs and fire chiefs, if we can get 5 years out of a person today, we're good. Where 10 years ago, they're there for a lifetime and a career, and they would be retiring there. That's different today. Where do you find the next level of employee manager? You're seeing a lot of folks saying, I don't want to be a manager. I don't want to be in that environment. It impacts my family. So where the next generation of public employees, Mayor, I know you teach that, and that is a real challenge today of getting young folks interested in serving their community and in civics and in both in government service. Mission creep. Over the years, many cities have added on. I have one community that has 54 community events sponsored by the city. That's a lot. Sponsored by the city. They've all added on. If the roof gets too big, what's going to happen? You'll see in a moment, you're not going to be able to provide services. So for me, this is a real critical thing, is looking at what is our core services. And I'd like you to flip to section 3 for a moment, to page 3. Page 3. There's a house looking. Does it look like a house? Should look like this, right? We're going to talk about how big a house do you want here. If you look at the first floor are services that the city provides that you have no choice. They're very few. You don't need to be in the police business, fire business. You can get others. What's really scary, if you think about it, go to Knoxville, Tennessee. Fire service is not provided by a public entity. Did you hear? No public entity. No fire district, no city, no county. It's a private corporation called Rural Metro. And how do you get fire EMS service? You subscribe. So you get a invitation at your rest to subscribe for service. Guess what? If you don't subscribe, you mean you're looking at me, they don't come. And you can go on YouTube or others and see where they have actually shown up at a roaring fire to a non-subscriber and squirted, I'm not suggesting this, by the way, squirted on both sides. Because when they started to roll, the screen lit up red, non-subscriber. He was trying to call in a credit card as they were rolling, but didn't have the time to do it. That house burned to the ground. But they make a choice there in Knoxville saying, we're not going to be in the core business of fire service. For me, it scares the hell out of me because I see that as public service. And as many of you know, I was a firefighter for a year. Second level is you make choices to be in the business for daily living, police, fire, water, sewer. Those are necessary for daily life. And today, we may even put technology in that of having internet access because that is really critical to daily life and business support. So you make a choice to be in those core businesses. And then there's quality of life. That's what distinguishes your community, adds value to daily living. I was recently doing strategic planning. We had an individual in the audience, and he wheeled up to the mic and went to during the comment, he says, "Thank you to the mayor and council there. You just opened a all-access playground for me, and it's the first time I've ever been able to play with my kids. Thank you." It was in the strategic plan, it was delivered, and for him, it had value. That was a quality of life where they had made a decision to build an all-access, including for adults, where he could play with his kid. I know that may be an isolated anecdotal example, but they had value from that decision. And then those community add-ons. Plano, Texas, when I first started working with them, the police there delivered animal traps to houses and gave them to the residents. They originally was for coyotes, but it didn't always turn out that way. Neighbor's cat's pain. Oh yeah. Today, when we did an inventory of services, guess what is gone? That service. Why did they get into it? Because of a single complaint. And then all of a sudden we get into one complaint becomes another, and now we're in the service. So as we go through this, think about what do you define as the core and quality of life services? We do have to have some add-ons, but they need to be unique and add value to the community. But we cannot forget the foundation. If you look at the bottom of the page, foundation, having the financial resources to support it, to have the human resource, the right people in the organization. Today, I'm going to ask you, what do you expect of an employee? Because if you don't have the right people here, our strategic planning effort's going to go zero, nowhere, because they need to be, they're the ones that are going to be implementing this on a day-to-day basis. Infrastructure is part of that foundation. If it's crumbling, even if we don't see it, that will not allow for those core services to be provided. Facilities, making sure the facilities are in good shape. Hermosa Beach did an evaluation of their facilities and found out their fire hose drying tower had a 3% list to it. Actually, it was a 5% list. Termites. Once they uncovered it, the wall, they found that it was eaten by termites. 3 o'clock that afternoon, that was a red tag building. And they had trailers in the next day as the station. So being on top of not just what does our facility look like, but what is its actual condition. Equipment, having the right equipment. And I'll give you an example. If you're looking at EMS, what's the most important outcome of an EMS call? This isn't hard, folks. What do you think it is, Amy?
Most important.
Medical aid. Getting him to the hospital?
I want to live.
Yeah, survival.
Yeah.
Survival.
So if you look at survival rate, because you could show up right away, but if I die, what the heck, what's the use of that call? If you show up with the wrong equipment and I die, so if you look at, it's not just response time, it's be responding with the appropriate the equipment. And in Hilton Head, they did an analysis because they had a lot of folks dying on their EMS calls. Strokes. It's a great place to have a stroke because they'll cool your body quickly and minimize and increase your sense of survival. They did that on data. So they got the right equipment to meet the needs of their community. And I think that is really looking at value. If you go out to West Texas, Midland, Texas has a deep water rescue team. Have any of you ever been to Midland? there's a basic question here. Where is the deep water? Oh, we go over to Possum Kingdom, 44 hours away, and do diving there quarterly. So they've got a full aquatic unit in their fire department. I'll suggest to you, Swiftwater rescue is probably more appropriate than deep water. But it's looking at, do we have the right equipment to serve our community needs? That is a real part of that foundation. It's not just having it. Is it right for us? And then the technology today. Technology, oh, we just got new software 2 years ago. Well, maybe time to get new. And then a lot of technology is at the end of their lifespan. So for me, that foundation is really, really critical. I would urge you to use this analogy among yourselves, with your staff, and with the community. For me, this is a helpful tool to say, hey, we're a city. Here, how big of a house do we want? Some communities, they may be very big. Some may be very focused. Different communities have different needs. That makes some sense to you all? And this is a foundation for strategic planning. Flip back, and then I'm going to shut up, and we're going to get you talking. On page 2, same section, 3. What is the strategic planning model? There are 5 boxes there. Vision is where we're going to start in a few minutes. Where do you want this community to be in 15 years? And I would urge you to think about unique to your community, but deals also with the reality today. A vision ought to be inspirational, aspirational, both. Inspire others to say, I want to be part of it, but also it shouldn't be, it's one that energizes folks and gets us to stretch. A vision is not a statement. Nice flowery. If you go online and put, we're the community to live, work, and play, you're going to have thousands of cities with that, with their vision. I would suggest you got to be more specific. And for me, it's saying 6 to 8 value-based principles that have definition of what does it mean. So in a moment, after we'll take a short break, then we're going to come back and dive into the vision. What does the Congress corridor look like in 15 years? What do you want to see there? Let's talk about that. That is a value-based vision. On many of these, you got 15, 20 things. We're going to add to that list, and then I'm going to have you pick the 8 that you 5 feel are the most important. This is your first crack. We'll refine it, but help me focus today where you want this community to go. Then if we've got a destination, we need a map. And that's a 5-year, these are the objectives we need to focus on to actions. It's a map to that destination. We won't address that today. There's a draft here. We'll get you a new one. That's what we're going to do when we get back together and say, this is our map to that destination. Execution is a 1-year itinerary. And when we get back together, you're going to have, these are our top 5 or 6 priorities, and with deliverables. And these are our high. And they're going to be for policy for the city commission, management, and then you're going to have other things. I'm going to say something now and you'll hear it again. Done isn't done until it's really done. You're going, what? Done isn't done. When you make a decision, it's when it's fully implemented. So there's going to be things, management in progress, which is implementing the direction you've already set, but you need to make sure that it's on target. And then there's major construction projects that you've already approved. They may be in a design phase, a construction phase. All of that is going to be part of that execution. And then we're going to also identify who's going to be responsible personally and department, what's going to be done and delivered this year, what are the milestones and when, and you'll see that. That will be following up our next session. Our mission is, what is the purpose of city government? And I have a draft, and we're going to focus it as well. These are the principles that ought to guide our purpose of being. And that can be a foundation and budget, looking and applying the house to how big a house do we want to fulfill our mission. And the other thing is, if we've got the vehicle, we've got our itinerary, we got our map, and we need the fuel. The fuel is people. And that is aligning the organizational culture with you. What do you expect of every employee? It ought to be used to recruit. It ought to be used to evaluate and also deselect. Because you're going to have some employees that are going to react to what we do today that are and energized, and they're going with you. Others are smiling, but underneath it, you've been through strategic planning before, guys. We're going to see if this one actually takes off. So they sit back and watch. And then there are organizational terrorists. They smile to your face and they do things to undercut the effectiveness and the implementation of the program. And I'm not saying it's a large number, but deselection is not saying to the employee, you're incompetent. You just may not share the values. And let me give you a specific example. And I think it comes from you all as well. I do not believe you can train service. What? It's in your heart and value. If you've got it, I can give you techniques to better serve others. If we're in a potluck dinner and it ends, where are some of us at the end of that potluck dinner? Cleaning up, I heard that. Nobody told us to clean up. Why were we doing it? Because it was the right thing to do. Somebody was wiping down the table. Somebody was sweeping. Somebody was in the kitchen, making sure everything. And where were some of our friends? These friends think you're nuts. Yeah, they're why would you want to be a city commissioner? You're nuts. But you say, this is in your heart. You can tell pretty quickly whether somebody believes in serving others and not. And if you don't have that service value, public service is not where you're going to be. In Bend, Oregon, they do not have a lot of crime. And for the last 30 years on their police cars, because they rely on tourism, vacationing in Bend, I'm your host. And if you want to go undercover, go to Portland, go to Seattle. If you want to serve our community and make our community a better and safer community, come on. And they are very clear in their recruitment brochures who they are looking for that's consistent with their values. And for me, I asked the staff today, and they filled out a page. What do they expect of an employee? What really irritates them by actions by employees? What's a quality job and what is quality service? I'm going to ask you today, and we're going to fit your ideas into the framework. They did some really, really good work. So we've got a draft and we're going to focus that. And it ought to be used to hire, reward, and develop the organization culture around a core set of values. Because you're saying, how does this relate to the city moving forward? If they're not being the biggest advocates for Boynton Beach. Is serving your community well. We're wasting time. It's a nice day. Let's get the hell out of here because it's not going to go anywhere. And you've got a new manager, and I had some really high energy meeting with your managers for a day where they actively contributed really good stuff. And I think it's a foundation. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to dive in on your vision. So we're going to be in section 6. And for the rest of the day, I'm shutting up. I've got big ears, small mouth. Yes, I will. And hopefully this foundation gives us the base. So with that, let's take a break.
Just stand up for a second.
Oh, yeah, just stand up. Thank you. Borrow it. No, I don't. I don't. I live in Lauderdale. That's a mile from it. Nobody else does that one. Hi. You again. Should be roll it out.
Every meeting.
That's all I'm doing is talking about it, you know. I'm gonna be able to smooth. That's true. Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
do like this.
Uh-uh.
I'm gonna wait till she gets back. You can get away from it. Yeah, this is public.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Oh, thank you. That's good. Thanks.
My sister calls me and tells me, I call her and she's like, you're done with my son's head. She's like, no.
Okay. All right, we're gonna be in section 6 right now. You ready to go?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask all members of the city commission to please return to the dais so we can resume the meeting, all right? Perhaps in a minute or two. All right, we're still missing 2 members. Where are they? Ah. So allow maybe 2 minutes. They're grabbing food.
No. No. No, I won't cough on you, don't
I
worry.
came in and I started feeling like my throat, and I hear you. I'm like, oh God.
No. It's so cute.
Hey.
You just did.
I took some out of the dryer.
Gotta love moms. What would we do without our moms?
All right, we're almost all here. So maybe he's on his way. All right. Sounds good. All right, we're all back. If IT could resume the broadcast, if it hasn't been going on this whole time. You know, we would like to make sure that we have an opportunity for public comment. And I would like to ask my colleagues if we could amend the agenda to have public comment right now before any further discussion is had. May I have that motion from my
So
colleagues?
moved.
Second.
I heard a motion in a second. All those in favor of amending the agenda for public comment at this point?
Aye.
Aye. All right. All those opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Motion passes. So let me now open the floor for public comments. Same rules as always. We've got 2 podiums. If you would like to speak, please approach the podium now and please state your name for the record as always.
Hi, my name's Harry. Yeah, that's better. Harry Woodworth, Boynton Beach. Came here representing 12 communities east of Federal. Kind of expected at some point there would be some interaction over what our 12 communities maybe had an input into this process at some point. Since we didn't survey anybody and didn't ask the business community, I just wonder where the point is, where there's any public ability to have a meaningful input. Loved the presentation. It reminds me of 40 years in the commercial world. Those are all good tools and techniques. Just kind of wondering how we get engaged. There's not a copy of the information available. You're referencing pages and paragraphs. You're flipping around. We can't see that. Little frustrated at that, and I'm thinking I may just go home and wander through my garage or something. If there's no way to get involved in this, I can watch the presentations later on video. It's a nice day out. Just kind of wondering how the public gets involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. I think I'm going to reiterate what Harry said, which I'm sure, you heard me complaining to Commissioner Turkin, Vice Mayor Turkin. Thank you for letting me bend your ear. There needs to be community input. I've sat in these over the years, as has Commissioner Hay, and there's supposed to be community input. How can you have a vision? How can you have a plan when you haven't talked to the residents and you haven't talked to the businesses to know what we, the taxpayers, you are supposed to be representing us. You're not our bosses. We're the bosses of you. And how do you know what to do if we haven't told you what we wanted? How do you know what the businesses want? How do you know what we, the residents, want? This is supposed to be more interactive. This is supposed to involve us in more of a charrette style, breaking down with you sitting at a table with a group of people and us working on this. And yes, you've done a wonderful job. And as Harry said, this is great, except we're not seeing any of this. Where is my packet that I can take notes as we're going through this? I'm a great note taker, as you all are well aware. And I'm not seeing this. Where is this? And where is the public? I mean, this really should not be at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. This really should be a little bit later so people have a chance to get up. Where's some food? You all are all sitting up here eating, and that's great. But where is the food for the 8 of us who are sitting here, 9 of us? I think we may have lost somebody. Where's the drinks for us? In prior meetings, prior charrettes, that was always provided. I mean, if you're going to sit here for hours and you want us to sit here for hours, because in theory you do, we're your bosses, then we should be getting this same treatment as well. But more importantly, where's our input? This guy can't answer a single question. I'm wondering why he's even still here. I don't know how you haven't gotten a different city attorney, as I sit here at all these meetings and he never can answer a single question. So I think maybe one of the things on your agenda today should be looking for a new city attorney. And it's usually just Ernest complaining about this. I realize that, but please don't think the rest of us aren't irritated too. But where is our input? How can you make a plan without having input from us? We are your bosses. We are the people who, in theory, elected you. And you are responsible to us. And where is the us in all of this? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment speaker? Now's the time to approach the podium. All right, seeing none, public comments are now closed. Thank you, everyone. There are none online, I was told. Mr. Summick, if you could please resume.
Do you have any other comments before we start diving in?
Not yet, not from me at least. Anything from my colleagues? All right.
Yeah, there was in the original proposal, after this session, a potential community summit, which would involve the community, which is very common. That option was not exercised, but that's still out there. But today is getting you to start thinking about the future. Today is not a final document. Let me repeat, this is getting you, the 5 of you, to focus what you want. So I'd like you to go to section 6. You do need 2 things, your notebook and a pen, because we're going to talk and select. I'd like to go to page 2. This is my draft based upon input from you. When I asked you, remember, if you went away and came back in 15 years, what do you want to see? It is based upon input from staff. And there were 7 major themes, or what I would say are core values, that distinguish you in 15 years. You all talked about a safe community. You remember that one? You should. I think everybody brought it up. A beautiful, more attractive community was brought up. vibrant destinations. The word vibrancy was used many times during my interviews. What does that look like for Congress District and for Downtown Culture District? And then you all talked about in 15 years, we need to be a more livable community for all, for all. So, and then we'll talk about what does that mean? And then you all, what was interesting, 3 out of the 5 of you used the word fun in my interviews looking to the future.
I believe I was one of them.
You were. But so let's capture that. So it's fun experiences for all. And then a strong, diverse local economy. And if you have those 7 ingredients, it's going to make this a unique and spatial community. Go to page 3 and 4. We're going to talk about SAFE. I'm going to read these and see if there's any we need to add, and then I'm going to have you pick 8. And then we'll go to the next one. Feel free to add or change as we go through. Does that make sense? I think you'll get SAFE. In 15 years that the community has active community policing culture and programs, police knowing, collaborating with the community, and positive working relations with residents and businesses. In 15 years, timely, well-equipped response to all emergency calls for service. Where did these come from? You. Effectively using technology to prevent and respond to criminal activity. In 15 years, have top quality public safety staffing, buildings, equipment, apparatus, training, staffing at authorized strengths. In 15 years, residents engaged in sharing responsibility for creating a safe Boynton Beach community. Next one is residents feeling and are secure in their homes throughout our community. 7 is being prepared for, able to respond to, and have the capacity to recover from a major disaster or weather event. Number 8 is access to quality mental health services and programs from initial response to follow through. This is a major challenge in a lot of communities. Have an active paramedicine program responsive to the needs of your community. Have safe buildings, homes complying with codes and standards. Continuing on to the next page. Visible police presence throughout our community. Have safe and complete streets and sidewalks, safe for biking, running, and walking. Reduce juvenile criminal activity through an effective juvenile justice system and recreational programming. Use of crime prevention through environmental design, CEPTED is the term, concepts in new development and redevelopment. In 15 years, we have a low crime rate. In 16 years or 15 years, we have a well-lighted community, minimal dark spots. In 15 years, have an effective community camera system contributing to a safer community. 18 is have reputation as tough on crime, from quick apprehension to prosecution. Next one is have tools and resources to respond to drug overdose, have safe water, and on page 5, have safe buildings. What would you change or add here? What's missing?
So
Yeah,
Lyle,
Ty,
all 20, are there 20? Are
21.
excellent.
Yep. So we're
21.
gonna focus it down to 9.
Yes, that's a difficult job because
Yep,
every single one of these, I don't think we could disagree with.
that is
The-
right.
The only thing there's a couple of things that might change.
Sure,
One
fire away,
is,
let's do it.
it's not just about buildings that are safe and homes that are safe. Could we add construction sites? Because as construction happens, it affects the surrounding areas. And I've now heard of 2 cases where construction on MLK is throwing dust and going into the homes adjacent to it, or construction because one HOA is improving their community is now throwing silica dust into the air and affecting the residents. So we want to make sure that those codes are consistently enforced and that we're proactive in inspecting these things.
So go to 10. And I'm going to change that. This is why we're going through this. We can change the heck out of it. So 10, I've rewritten, Ty, to capture yours is safe homes, buildings, and construction sites.
I would agree with that.
So does that make sense?
Yes.
So we'll make that change. So that's why you
And I
can-
know that's something our staff endeavors, but I want to make sure that that is
We got it.
definitely on our priority
So
list.
did everybody get that one? That's why we got our pen. So just add and construction sites to number 10. You had another one you said? You said you had 2, I think.
Yes, number 7,
Yep.
this is a topic that I've had discussions with the city manager on. It's being prepared for disasters. And when we say disasters, we usually think of hurricanes. But I also want to consider the possibility that, I hope this never happens, but what about a mass shooting or a train derailment or something of that sort? We want to make sure that we have a well-executed plan. Every member of staff and management staff, as well as the commission, we have actually run simulations. We know what our roles are. We know who's doing what, and we are not sending mixed messages when those situations happen. I think about that often. I went to a training for mayors, and that was one of the topics that kept coming up. And they've shared with me horror stories when cities thought they knew what they were doing, but because they didn't practice, they didn't simulate, they didn't run tabletop exercises or whatever it's called at a frequent basis, that it turned out to be a major disaster. And it just made everybody look like they were out of control, right? And lack of organization. So, and that doesn't breed public confidence naturally.
All right, so 7 is really the city having the capacity to prepare for, respond to, and then to the end, and then including mass shooting, train disasters, and other incidents.
I'm just using those as examples,
That would
right?
be- And
Yeah.
others.
Yeah, I think
So-
that the important thing for me is to
So
know
it's
that we
comprehensive.
do simulations or whatever you want to call it, just to
Okay.
be proactive. And that everyone knows their role when those things happen.
Mayor, can I piggyback?
Absolutely.
So
Commissioner.
on that same line, at FLC last year, one of the speakers who actually, they're crisis responders. And that was one of the big things that they brought up, is the commission knowing their roles when there is a crisis and knowing where we fit in, what we should be saying, what we shouldn't be saying. It's that stay in your lane mentality. What is our role as a commission? And I think that that's something that we really need to work on establishing, and staff needs to work on establishing, is where we fit, what we should expect from staff, what they should expect from us. I know all of our personalities are very proactive. We want to be boots on the ground. We want to be doing what we can, but there's a time and a place for that too. So, to piggyback on that, I think that that's key, is knowing, when we stay in our lane and how that plays in.
I think you're getting into, I'll include your comments in the plan update, the 5-year plan, because those are specific actions that can be taken to implement that number 7.
Can I also add to
Sure.
that? I think one of my other concerns that's related, it's not necessarily safety per se, it's about communication. And I've seen us stumble when it comes to communicating with the public and getting the right word out. Who's in charge of this? Who's in charge of that? Who's going to put out that message, and how do we do it? I worry, since I've seen those stumbles, the natural thought is, well, what happens when we have an emergency? Because those stumbles become inflated and amplified. And so I think I worry about a communication crisis.
I'll add that as well.
Yeah.
These are good. Any other comments or things you would add or change here on this principle?
Yes.
And
On number 11,
11?
I like the idea of having visible police presence throughout the community. But at the same time, I think there's a level of trust there that we need to build. It's not there. I mean, just to have, 25 officers walking around the community, that's an exaggeration, but I don't think that's the thing that's going to cut it. We must do whatever it takes to build that trust back up, because right now there is there's talk around the city, which I hear all the time, about the distrust. And we must do whatever we have to do to continue. We're on the right road, but I don't think we could probably do a lot more to build that trust back between the community, especially in District 2, and the PD department, and all positions of authority.
I'll add that. That was good.
Thank you. Looking at number 11, 15, 18, and 3, and I believe that we could really condense those to be one, into a category of public safety. We absolutely want to show and be a city that is tough on crime, but also we want to be a city that if we have a resident that is being stopped for a traffic violation, something that's not criminal in nature, that we also want to be mindful of that and how we approach senior citizens. I did get during Business Over Brews, the event, I had a lady who lives in Leisureville who's close to her 70s, and she, mentioned a story of a situation that she dealt with. So I will get with staff later about that, but I do want to add that in there to make sure that all of our residents feel safe when, feel comfortable when that's happening. Everyone, absolutely, but also, when we're talking about our senior citizens. So that's definitely something that I wanted to bring up. But I think having a visible police presence, and I think that could be correlated with a low crime rate and community reputation being tough in crime, and residents feeling secure in their community. So really 3, 6, 11, 15, and 18 are all public safety
They're
related.
But I would keep them separate at this point, because then keeping the concepts at this point, we'll get into the house the next time we get there.
And I wanted to add one more thing,
Sure.
and that is customer service, not only for our emergency calls, but our non-emergency calls. And
We'll be getting into that later today.
okay, but I want to add that for the emergency as well.
Which one would you want to add that to?
Um,
Or you want to add it as 21 or 22?
Maybe number
no.
1, Commissioner Cruz, because it does say
Right.
collaborating with the community and maybe something
Yeah.
along those lines.
Absolutely, customer services would be definitely.
Add that as part of the number. Don't worry about the exact wording. I'll modify these afterwards. Because today I don't want to get into wordsmithing because we'll lose the concepts.
All right, Vice Mayor Turkin, then we'll go to Commissioner Kelly next.
I agree with my colleague. I think we can consolidate those. I think when you're tough on crime, you have police presence, it's clean and safe, right? Economic development will follow clean and safe. And how do you get that? I think with presence, with community relationship. And I think if I had to add anything, I would say more, and not to say that there isn't, but more sense of pride for the city of Boynton. And outside of the PD, but more involved with other departments and other branches of our government, more events, getting them more involved. Because at the end of the day, it's we're all one city, whether these officers live in the city or don't live in the city, but they're here majority of the time. So why not get to know the community, get to know the businesses? And again, I'm not saying that doesn't happen,
But I think that, to what my colleague was saying, helps redevelop trust. And then also it hits on the point of more police presence, right? And then if I'm a business owner, I'm like, hey, Boynton's changing. And I think we do see that, with all the development that has been progressing forward, you will create a domino effect, and that will the city will continue to grow to be cleaner and safer, and more businesses will come to
I
thrive.
would urge at this point, since this is the first crack at it, trust the process a little bit. By combining them, then afterwards, there's a lack of clarity. So at this point, let's keep them separate and then have you select these. And then you'll have a chance to come back to this more than once. So anybody else on this?
Yes, Commissioner Kelly?
11, that was something that in particular I brought up in District 4. That's something that just having police presence in and around the city, and in particular District 4. I heard it campaigning. I see it on Nextdoor. I see the comments. I see the residents. They just want to know that they're out there because when they're out there, people slow down, people are more visible, people see what's going on, they're more aware of what's going on. So that was something that is big in District 4 is having that visual. So that's why I'm not for combining it, because I think that there are different aspects, and it really depends on what part of the city we're talking about. In downtown, we're talking about visual, but also that clean and safe, that it's a different environment, it's a different group of policing, or the way to look at it. But in District 4 in particular, or even in District 1, sometimes it's really about presence and being there and being active in the community. And so that was important to me.
Any others here?
Commissioner Hay?
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. I was kind of glancing over. One of the things that I don't know if this is the place for it, but as we look at our TVs now and social media, and I'm pretty sure that our PD and fire are doing a good job, but mental health awareness is a major problem in our society. And 15 years from now, I would love to know and feel that our PD and fire officers, or those that deal with the public, are aware, and it's a major priority in their repertoire or their curriculum of studies, that this is a major concern of people, because there are many individuals out there with mental conditions that we don't always understand, and we need to be educated. So that awareness piece needs to be a higher priority, in my opinion.
We'll add that as part of number 8 then. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I'll add public awareness. Any others here?
Commissioner Hay, can I just quickly piggyback on what you said? Because what you just said made me think of 2 other things. Number 1, and I'm not sure if they've reached out with city staff already or to you, but Jewish Family Services, they did reach out to me and to say that they are willing to provide mental health first aid training. So your initial contact with an individual, they can train our staff, police and fire, to be prepared for that, just FYI. And the second thing I want to mention, and it's related, because oftentimes police and fire are expected to handle cases of homeless individuals. And I think part of safety is having a plan where we don't rely entirely on them to address them. Because sometimes they're the appropriate individuals, sometimes they're not, or agency, I should say. But having a more holistic plan, we're ready to go, I think would be extremely helpful. I know I was just in Delray a few weeks ago. I attended this homeless coalition, and this is something I plan to replicate very soon here in the city, which is all the players on the same room discussing how they can help. There were nonprofits, there were churches, there was the DDA, there was the county, there was a school district. So this way, it's not all on police and fire. I think We just need to have a plan for that as well. We can't burden them all the time and expect them to solve everything.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
I agree.
The specifics you're bringing up are ones that I'll incorporate into the 5-year plan because they'll be doable tasks during the next year.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Give me the 9 here that are most important for you.
How do you want to do that?
Give me the 9 that are most important for you, looking out 15 years, 15 years. And we're looking at outcomes, not programs. Give me 9 and then read off your numbers when you get them.
Have mine.
Fire away. Wait a minute.
1, 2, 4, 8, 10, 11, 12, 16, and 18.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Fire off when you're ready.
In no particular order.
No, they're
All
not
right,
in order.
so,
They're not.
1, 2, 4, 6, 13, 18. 11.
Okay.
Fire away.
1, 2, 4, 8, 10, 11, 15, and 18.
Got it. You ready?
1, 2, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 13.
13?
Yes.
Got it.
I wanted to say 4, but I feel like we are already there.
Yeah, these are,
So that's my point of view.
All right, I'm gonna change it up just a little bit. I want to start with 14, 14, 13, 11, 19, 20, 1, 2, 4, and 10. If I had to select 9, not to deprioritize the others, but
no, the others
if
are not
9 is all I can have,
today is a day of focus.
yeah.
So what you've identified, and these clearly stand out. Again, you'll have a chance to further refine them. This is first cut. So 1, active community policing culture. That includes customer service and involvement that we added earlier. Number 2 is timely, well-equipped response to all emergency calls for service.
Excuse me, sorry. I think that we could add customer service to 2 as well, if the board agrees with that.
I do.
Number 4 is top quality staffing. I'm just reading the headlines. 8, access and public awareness with mental health. Then on 10 is safe homes, buildings, and construction sites. Number 11 is community-wide visible police presence based on trust with the police. Number 13 is reduce juvenile crime through an effective juvenile justice system and recreational programs. And number 18, reputation is tough on crime. It does not mean that the others aren't important. You'll see some of these blended together because I'm going to redraft it. Again, today is giving me input for redrafting and bringing back to you. Let's go to 2. Principle 2 is a beautiful community.
Principle 2.
We're on page 6 and 7. let me go through these real quickly. Attractive, well-maintained parks, distinctive designed buildings and commercial areas with architectural value, attractive, well-designed, well-maintained streets, median, sidewalks, streetscapes, landscaping, both public and private, minimum vacant lots and blighted properties, homes and buildings in our community. Again, these are 15-year outcomes. Green spaces which buffer buildings and streets. Number 6 is well-lighted neighborhoods and streets. Number 7 is property owners and homeowners complying with codes through aggressive code enforcement, prompt and timely response and resolution to community appearance problems, broken window practiced and supported in residential and commercial areas, well-designed, well-maintained and consistent reinvestment, and these in your city facilities and buildings, clean community without litter or trash, public art at murals at specific locations, colorful and vibrant plantings, well-designed, well-maintained home and commercial areas, attractive, upgraded state highways and county roads, recognizing you don't control those, well-maintained private green and landscaping, well-designed, well-maintained gateways and entrances with unique marquee signs, particularly at 95 and Federal Highway. Property owners and building, both businesses and homeowners, taking responsibility to beautify, maintain, clean up landscaping, fencing, and sidewalk. No graffiti, and have community cleanup days with active participations from our businesses and residents. That's what I heard initially. What changes or additions would you have here? Changes or additions here? Any?
Lyle,
Sure.
maybe it's here that I missed, but let me throw out sidewalks and medians. All right, that's the first thing you see. And I've spoken to enough business folks and residents. They mention when they go to Gardens or whatever city, there's a certain crispness. And that was the word that was used over and over again. And it's just disgusting to see so many sidewalks that are dark and dark gray, black, and there'll be sections that are white and clean. And so it is everywhere. And we need to have some clear policy and action steps to start cleaning that up. Sometimes it's the little things, right? And if it's grimy everywhere, it doesn't make our city attract any more business or residents. It doesn't bring more pride. And I recognize that not all of it is city property. Some of it is private. So we need to come up with some robust policies there. But sometimes it's the little things, not sometimes, oftentimes it's the little things that make all the difference.
So that's really an action step for implementing number 3.
Yes.
Yes,
And I make sure
Yeah.
that that's in the plan.
you're right. It does say sidewalks.
No.
Right.
But that I think we can get into a policy framework for the action plan for the next year.
Concur. Yeah.
Feel free to throw those out now, because I'll make sure that they're in. But to take an outcome and put it into some type of deliverable action.
Thank you.
That was good.
Yeah.
Thank you. What other addition, changes, or comments do you have on any of these? What, bro?
I guess on number 6, I see where it says well-lighted streets and neighborhood, but not just the neighborhood, but particularly US 1, Federal Highway. One of the things that really disgusts me when I leave other cities and I'm coming into Boynton Beach from the south or from the north, I can tell when I hit Boynton because it's dark. It's unattractive. It's
You're
just,
right.
it's disgusting, really. So I want to make sure that we focus and concentrate on US 1 and Federal
I'll put a
Highway.
US
Yes,
1 there, and we'll
yes.
I'll change it to include major corridors as well.
Absolutely.
Federal highway, yes, US
Yes.
one.
Wanna
I
pick it- do you wanna pick it back up?
100% agree, Commissioner Hay, I think. And again, it kind of gets back to clean and safe, and economic prosperity that follows that. But I think we should have a focus on federal highway. And this is something that I have spoken with business owners about, residents all over the city, east side, west side. I hear we got to clean up federal highway, and we can only do so much because of jurisdiction. But I think, kind of what the mayor touched on creating, like, let's be specific with these action steps.
We
And
will,
yeah.
next time we're together.
Okay,
No, this is great. And I'll have specific deliverables on those when we get together.
perfect. Thank you, Law.
And Lyle, the example you use about the gentleman coming into the city
Yep,
and he said, take me back to the airport.
yep.
I think that's a good analogy of what we're
Shocking.
talking about here.
Oh, I
Okay,
know.
because that
It's that curb appeal, that first impression.
first impression, get me out of here. So.
Go ahead.
I was thinking of combining 6 and 3, because not just well-maintained, but well-lit. And I wanted to include parks in there, whether they're city parks or private parks. In the Renaissance Commons area in my district, near the Renaissance Commons area, across from the Target, there's the dog park. And as I've been told, it's not a city-owned park, it's a master HOA. And I've worked with staff for months to try to communicate with that HOA. And, we've done our part on the side of the city. But it appears that the HOA, the master HOA, is just not compliant and it's not listening to us. So I want to add something in there where we have some sort of a policy or regulation to keep HOAs accountable. And if they're not accountable, or a developer, for example, said they're going to keep the parks lit and the grass on there, and that was, part of the contract, like development agreement for that neighborhood, it's affecting my constituents, it's affecting their daily lives, because they go to that park at 10 o'clock at night to walk their dog, 9 o'clock, anytime after 8, or whenever the sun sets, and, they don't feel safe. It's dark. And this is something that, the master HOA had agreed to do, and they're failing to do. So maybe creating some sort of a policy to keep HOAs accountable for the agreements that they've made in areas that's not public. And then for public parks, making sure that our parks are well lit as well. So I would just wanted to add that to 3.
So what we add on number 17 is let's add HOAs to that. And then I'll translate that and do an action item for the next year related to HOA accountability.
Fantastic. Thank
Is
you.
that okay?
Thank you, Commissioner. And Lyle, I'd also like to add, and this is one of my pet peeves, and
Okay.
I just absolutely hate seeing it,
What's
is
that?
when there's loose garbage in the community, on the streets. It drives me nuts. And sometimes it is individual pieces of garbage, but sometimes it's just mattresses just piling up left and right, and actual whole bags of garbage. This is I live near it, so Minor Road is something I've said before, but when we lit that up, it significantly changed the garbage situation. It's all very much related to safety, right, and cleanliness. But some of it, and I can't account for all of it, but some of it I can see it's because we have garbage cans in different locations. Maybe it's next to a bus stop. It's a standalone container, and so the wind blows it over and everything just gets scattered. And what a simple solution to have garbage containers just built into physical bus stations, bus stops, I should say. I've already brought this up with Palm Tran, but in general, just loose garbage. And I recognize we can't police something like that. We're not watching all the time, but anything we can do to deter that and to be proactive in terms of the design of things, whether it's a bus stop or there's something more clever that staff comes up with. But
I'll give
just
you
wanted to
an
put that
example.
out there.
A good example, Ty, is City of Kissimmee. They worked in that area. If you go to a bus stop, it's underground. Follow me on that? It's an underground container, so it doesn't tip over. They're downtown, it's all underground. And so it doesn't create any visual blight at all.
I've never seen that.
Oh, yeah. If you
I've
go up to
seen
Kissimmee,
No, this-
containers, but I haven't.
if you go up to Kissimmee, just drop by their city hall and they'll walk you right over and show you what they've done there. But it has worked very well. And they've expanded it up on the 192 corridor as well. So I'll have that here as looking at what are the options to deal with that. That could be an action item coming up during our next session. That was good.
Somebody else had their hand up, Vice Mayor?
I just want to piggyback what you're saying, Mayor, with the mattresses. You know, I live in a neighborhood that's not in HOA and you see it everywhere and then they get tagged and they're still there. And, you know, what can we do? How can the city, you know, hold residents accountable for that, but also be mindful at the same time is kind of where I think there's a struggle. But I cringe every time I see like mattresses out on Wednesday and Bulk's not coming till Friday or Saturday. And then sometime Bulk misses it and like it happens, you know, and like maybe that's something we need to look at is do we need additional resources to make sure that Bulk isn't missed? So I just wanted to throw that out there.
So that's a major challenge related to this beautiful community.
Right. Correct.
Commissioner Kelly and then Commissioner Hay.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of inconsistency. We see it on the west side of the city a lot as far as inconsistency in the medians with, you know, Congress Avenue. There's trees in the median and bushes, and then you have Lawrence Road that is dirt. And I've spoken to staff about this. We're working on, you know, finding out, you know, that involves putting in sprinklers or finding native Florida plants that can self-sustain without the need of, you know, sprinkler systems. But having that consistency where everything looks nice and uniform, or not even necessarily uniform, but at least have it look consistent and have it be clean. Hypoluxo, every morning I drive by and Andrew and I have spoken about it. You know, the litter and the garbage, especially in the vacant lot at Congress and Hypoluxo. You know, we have to figure out how we can, you know, partner maybe even with different community, you know, community, you know, centers or groups that can help, you know, help us in beautifying our city and being proud of it. You know, Hypoluxo and Gateway and Boynton Beach Boulevard, you know, Woolbright, those are our main thoroughfares. And Hypoluxo, I drive it every day and it's shocking sometimes just how littered it is. So, you know, that consistency, you know, I like the idea on 12 of, you know, making it bright and colorful, and, you know, incorporating Florida native plants and things that are self-sustaining that, you know, will thrive for years to come without much maintenance, but will make it look consistent and make our community look beautiful. I think that that's important.
Any other comments on this?
Yes. Again, I'm not sure this is the place for it, but
That's okay.
the CRA will be sunsetting in X amount of years. I would really, in 15 years, this is what we're talking about.
Yep.
Would really like to see them fulfill their obligation, their purpose of eliminating slum and blight, so that I can fulfill my dream that I have of riding into city of Boynton, not being able to tell where the slum and blight area is, because now we've concentrated on eliminating all of those types of buildings. Whatever they do, they have fix up and paint up programs or whatever it takes to continue down that road. I want to see that to be a major priority and not get on the back burner, because it would fulfill a lot of what my colleagues are talking about here in terms of trash and all that kind of stuff. Maybe maybe in methodology would be workshops to train the residents on what to do and what, contests. I don't know, but that's the how. But the what is to, in 15 years, to be able to have equality throughout the entire city of Boynton Beach when it comes to appearance and aesthetics and all that good stuff.
Why don't we add then, like on number 4, through a successful CRA? Does that make sense? To capture that point,
Yes.
and it reinforces it with the CRA too. Good. A couple of things that I need to make sure get incorporated when I rewrite this is you all are talking about first impression. You want that positive, unique first impression. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then that would be consistent with what we've got here as well. Any other comments? Give me the 9 here that are most important for you.
Okay. 1, 3, 4, 6, 10, 14, 16, 17, 18.
Thank you.
One, 3, 4, 6, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 19.
Very, very close. You guys must be communicating up.
I'm ready.
Fire.
1, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 17.
Got it. Fire one ready.
You ready, Commissioner?
Yes, I'll go ahead and start with 17. And as we added the HOA accountability. I think when we talk about well lit, no, I'm not gonna do 16. 10, 6, 4, 3, and 1,
6, 4, 3,
1, and 17. Those would be my top.
No more? You got a couple more?
13. Those are my top. Thank you.
All right, no particular order.
Nope.
16, 17, 15, 11 and 12. 6, 4, 3, 4 and 1. Was that 9? I think that was 9.
All right, the big winners here, and these, you're doing a great job. These are separating very clearly because you're going to have I'll give you a summary of your votes on this as well. Number 1 is attractive and well-maintained parks. Number 2 is the attractive, well-designed, well-maintained streets, medians, those things that create that first impression. Number 4 is citywide, have minimum vacant lots, blighted properties through a successful CRA. Number 6, the lighting. This was unanimous. We included major corridors and federal highway. Number 10 is clean, no litter, garbage, trash. Number 12, you want a colorful community. Colorful and vibrant plantings, flowers and shrubs incorporating the native plants, which make it. Number 16, distinctive designed and well-maintained gateways and entrances. And number 17, HOAs, property owners, businesses, homeowners taking responsibility. And it's not just cleaning, it's also beautifying their asset. So those are the ones that clearly stood out. They are 1, 3, 4, 6, 10, 12, 16, and 17. Again, you'll have a chance to refine it, but that gives you a start. Congress corridor. I use this term, not using a word. I was told by many of you, if you look to the future, it's an area, and not use a word, this word. So what do you want to see? There are some different perspectives on this, so we'll add to it. Ignore any numbers, those are rightos. But major corporation that in that area, there's either a headquarters or major regional office reflective of a major corporation. A variety of entertainment venues and businesses providing experiences, creating a destination that folks would go there for experiences. Not defining what those may specifically be, that could come up later. But you want them to go there for leisure and entertainment. A variety of housing options for young adult seniors, including townhomes, condos, apartments, and single-family homes. The area has vertical mixed-use developments with retail, restaurants, offices, and residential opportunities along the corridor. A variety of high-quality restaurants for our residents and regional visitors to enjoy. This one is an interesting one, and that is fully occupied Class A office serving the needs of business. The way I say that is a potential challenge. One of the areas I work with is Des Moines, and John Deere Finance and Principal are not going to downtown. So they have 2 large downtown Class A offices closed, unlikely to be occupied. What they're doing is, if you go to Cushman Wakefield site, you can go where in the suburban areas, they're creating 4 work complexes for their employees so they can work from home 3 to 4 days a week and come in. And it's a very different, you can actually go on Cushman Wakefield and see their design. So, but you want a quality office space there is one of the things I heard. A variety of light industrial businesses. Rebranded the Congress District as a special place. And a couple of you used the word that it's got a cool place reputation that draws residents and visitors as a cool place. People gathering or meeting friends, neighbors, and community events. Some type of gathering place there. This one is a university presence, which several of you commented, you're one of the few places that doesn't have a real college presence here. And this would be getting it there. If you go to Virginia, the largest city in Virginia, Virginia Beach, they have a university center there, but it's not a university. So they have plucked. You can get an engineering degree from Virginia Tech. You can get an MBA from the University of Virginia. So it's not one university there, but there's 6 different universities there. So there's a variety of models that could be used to get you to that education presence. Convenient access and parking. Another one is 18 hours of activities. That's part of that vibrant, why 18 rather than 24? as a couple of you pointed out, the other 6 bad things tend to happen. Does that make sense what I just said? 18 vibrant, but then the other 6, it can get a little weird. Job opportunities for your residents, that they'll have meaningful employment here within your community in that area for 21st century job. That means quality jobs with quality salaries. A top quality full service hotel or hotels, plural, there. Well-designed, well-maintained green spaces for events, festivals, and community gatherings. Repurposed retail space. And if you look at retail today, then the next one is expanded retail. And if you look at retailers today, they are figuring out what does their space look like going forward. Home Depot is now building a smaller version. If you go into a Home Depot today, what do they say? Order online, will deliver to your house. So they're shrinking their footprint. Let me ask one trivia question. I'll ask 2. What is generating the most square foot sales tax as a retailer? Any ideas? What? Any ideas? These folks.
Interesting.
Think about an Apple per square foot. Boy, they're a cash cow because they generate more sales tax. Who's building more retail space than any other retailer? Any ideas there?
Amazon?
No. No.
Apple?
If you drive around on some rural roads in Florida, what pops up in the middle of nowhere?
Wow.
Dollar General. They're building in a lot. If you drive around, you go, whoa, this is new. And here's this building. But they're actually the ones that have built more retail space. So there's some real changes as the retailers are dealing with it. But the repurposing and having some retail presence there was one of the things that I heard. Another one is a major park and recreation facility west. And that would be meeting the needs of residents there. And a food hall was another suggestion for there. You all know what food halls are?
Mhm.
Saying yes, which would link to that cool place to be too. So those are some of the specifics. What do you want to see? Not today, but in 15 years for that Congress district? What other things and what changes would you have here? Yes, Mayor?
Lyle, it's somewhat incorporated into number 2 when you use the word
Okay.
entertainment. You know, my vision for that area long-term isn't just that it has entertainment, but it has art and culture.
Okay,
I saw how
yeah,
city,
let's add that to that.
yeah, City Place changed, and it really began with the Kravis Center. And that was their anchor, and everything grew around that.
So it's that art and culture and entertainment presence
Yes.
that then becomes a draw for that destination.
I think that's what families look for. I think that's what companies look for, right? They want to be near these things. If they're going to have their employees work there and spend most of their day there, these are the things I would look for. And certainly this is what I've heard from others.
Good. We'll modify that to include that. What other things do you want to see out west on Congress?
Redevelopment of the mall. I think that's the big elephant in the room. You know, what is that going to look like?
Do you see a mall there in 15 years?
No.
That's why I didn't use the M, that's why I went
Yeah.
like this. I did not intentionally use the word mall. So what would you like to see in place of it?
You know, I would like to see some form of recreation, vibrancy. You know, I wouldn't necessarily say too much housing there, but, you know, it's maybe something similar to the promenade, where you do have office space and you have commercial, and maybe a little bit of housing. I'd also like to see something sports oriented there too. I think that's such a large parcel. There's so much that we can do there. I know, Lyle, when we talked, I had brought up, something that would make Boynton stick out. And, we talked about that earlier as being unique and different. And I think, what did I say? They, with the year-round surf,
Yeah.
and they're doing it in PSL, right?
No, they're
Is it
doing
Fort Pierce?
in Fort Pierce.
Fort Pierce, yeah.
Right
So
on
we missed.
I-95. If you look at the dirt that's it'll be 5 years before it's there. They had to write building requirements because there's no way. This is a huge complex. It's an Australian company where they'll be able to do actual surf competitions.
Yeah, and that's year-round tourism. That's, year-round tax dollars. I mean, that's,
So let's add as number 20, the sports venue. You've got the recreation in 18 that you would like to see there, but a sports venue of some type. And there's one that I've run into recently is Chicken Pickle.
What is that?
It's,
Oh,
they actually had one in Kansas City and it's
that's
where,
correct.
yes, and it's
That's
where
where it
you can get chicken and play pickleball, right? It's a
It's
mixed,
a huge,
kind of a mixed use where you can go and play pickleball and then eat chicken. So it's called chicken and
Yeah.
pickle.
That's-
it is.
yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Kansas City,
Um,
where it started.
Yeah.
It's now changed and franchised, and it's spreading very quickly. And it's unique chicken you can eat there. That's sort of food and entertainment, and you can actually experience pickleball.
Kind of like a new age bowling alley.
Yeah,
For
okay, I
pickle,
got you.
right? Like that
I got you.
concept.
Yeah.
And we don't
Eating
need to
And like
get that
something with
specific,
like
but
all of
that
that,
kind.
right? Like, hey, let's go to Boynton. Let's go to Boynton. Do
Commissioner
this.
Cruz?
Mayor. So we have to think about the people that live in District 1, and that's like our area. I don't know if a surfing facility would be the most adequate in regard to my constituents. I do understand it would be fun and it would bring a lot of people, but it would also bring a lot of traffic. So kind of the vision that I've shared during the campaign trail with my constituents is that I envision some sort at the mall area, which might not be a mall, obviously at that point, a mixed use development with 2-story retail space, a bowling alley, real nice restaurants, brunch places, a movie theater, an updated movie theater. I know we have a movie theater there now, but having a movie theater, a bowling alley, activities and food for people to hang out at. The 2-story retail space that I was thinking about would have like the second floor to be like glass balconies and downstairs maybe like a water fountain where the kids could play, something like that would be phenomenal, having different kinds of cuisines for restaurants. So it would be like a hub for people to come and hang out. A lot of my constituents want something nearby to hang out at. They don't want to go to Boca. They don't want to go to all the way to Wellington. We want to have something nice here. And, I do understand that the mall perspective is a bit antiquated. So we do want to move into a more modern version of that, but we do want to have activities for my constituents to do, for our current residents to do, because there isn't much to do on the west side of our city. And obviously it would be welcome to everyone, and even people from other cities, nearby cities would come to Boynton to spend their dollars. So our sales taxes would increase. That's kind of the vision I had.
So let's do, on number 20, it's just sports venues, and that wouldn't necessarily be surfing. It could be the bowling alley. But the key is that there's a sport type
Complex.
experience
Yeah.
based.
Something that the
business
residents
that
who
would
live-
draw people.
Yes, something that the residents who live in District 1 would be happy with, and something that they would be comfortable with and would be welcoming of, and that would be appropriate for the area.
So that's 20. So write that down. That's that sport.
So
Oh.
Commissioner Cruz, the surfing thing is out of the question because Fort Pierce beat us to it. But I do agree with you. I think not just District 1, we need to think about the whole city, same way we think about the downtown, which is in District 3 and District 2. And so like I 100% agree. I think it needs to be as like viable as possible, like not just one focus. And I think you hit it right on the head. If I'm going bowling, I'm going to the movies, I'm coming from Jupiter down to Boynton Beach because I don't have this in Jupiter. That's my vision. Like I want people to be like, we're going to Boynton, right? And then also for the residents, right? So the mayor, you had brought up, more mobility and, we're doing a workshop with that. So making it easier to connect for the people that do live here, District 1, District 4, to get over there and not have to be mindful or not have to worry about the traffic, right? And so I think, totally on the same page. But I think having that sport element makes you stick out a little bit more to drive people from not just outside the city, but outside the county as well.
Let me try something on you. It's a unique, multi-experiential sports venue that serves and draws the residents.
I wouldn't want to make
Venue?
focused on sports, but I think there needs to be like some element. I wouldn't say the like if I'm looking at it in a circle, the middle is not sports oriented.
20 was specifically sports related.
Right. And again, Lyle,
A unique multi-experience venue.
yes,
Yes.
multi-experience.
With activities and
Yes.
restaurants.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Kelly, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're all kind of on the same kind of wavelength as far as Congress Avenue and the mall to some degree. But I think it's important, the west side of the city doesn't have that community center involvement. And that's something I think
Absolutely.
we're really missing, is having that community space. And that's something that came out of, the Parks Master Plan, that you can have that private public partnership within those developments that incorporate some sort of community center. It doesn't have to be a huge community center, but just having a place where the community can go and run on the grass and have a sport or have an outdoor activity or have an indoor activity. But to incorporate that and make it a place where you can really do everything. And to, so I don't want to lose,
Let's incorporate that in 18,
mhm.
community center space as part of 18, kicking that off.
And then
And
also,
the other thing before
oh, go ahead.
there was one other change I made, and that is to 11, including effective traffic management to deal with the flow in and out that you brought up earlier. So that ought to be incorporated, not just parking, but it needs to be a flowed, planned traffic to move folks without impacting the neighborhood. Is that captured? Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. And then the other thing, there were several of us who went to a ribbon cutting this week of a very unique and holistic, office space. We're getting away from the need for big offices for a company. And this, it was two women, sisters that came into the city, chose Boynton Beach to open up this office suites the office suites, they're rented monthly or yearly, and it ranges from medical needs where a nurse practitioner can just have an office space and can see her patients a couple times a week, to a realtor who does their business out of this office space. And so I think that I think our focus sort of has to be on looking outside of the box, because that traditional need for having big office space it's not, we're losing that. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that, but we have to stay on top of it and think, there are law firms that are not going into offices anymore. There's buildings that are now empty or have a lot of available space because there's not that need to have an office space for your 150 employees. They can live all over the country. And so I think we have to be creative in having more of a, thinking of more of an office suites space as opposed to a true traditional, office building or, office space. So those are kind of my thoughts. Those two sisters who, that we can learn and grow from that. And I think that they're doing great stuff. And so I just want to make sure that that's on our.
Let's put that as 21, because that is similar to what I was talking about with John Deere Finance and Principal. So 21 on page 10 is unique office space / suite, which includes co-business and co-workspaces. Is that capturing yours?
Yes.
Again, don't worry about the wording. I'm capturing the keywords, and tomorrow or tonight, I'm going to be working on the wording to capture what we're talking about here. So we've added 20, which is the unique multi-experience activities, including restaurants that draw our residents and others, and then that unique office space suite. And I think if you look at some of the alternative, go to that Cushman Wakefield site, because it's exactly what you're talking about. Because a lot of some traditional businesses don't need to pay a lot of money for office space.
Well, and just to piggyback, we're seeing it a lot in development projects that are coming into where they're incorporating that, workspace so that somebody can
Yep.
escape from their house or their apartment and not feel they're working from home, but they can go to an office space or they can go to a workspace for the day to kind of change this, change up the scenery. We all need to feel like we're getting out of the
Internet
house.
suite or cafe.
Correct.
Where they set up for multiple hours and they get to know one another and have social interaction.
Right.
What other things? out
Lyle,
there?
I'm going to just jump in
Sure.
briefly. I'm going to agree with my colleagues and disagree in some
Okay.
areas.
That's okay.
Vice Mayor, I love that you touched on traffic and management of traffic. One of the things that I want to point out is that we do have a lot of residents just on the other side of Congress. So we want to make sure that we have some sort of way to move them across. I think the big picture goal for me, I have several, but one of them is to reduce people from having to drive everywhere, right? And Congress Avenue is not one that you can easily cross. And so if we had means to get them over to the other side, I don't want that to get lost.
Good point.
I also want to concur with Commissioner Kelly. We really need a community space. I think people in District 4, for example, will use a fire station 3 but we've really got nothing else that we can use.
Correct.
So thank you for bringing that up. Now, where I disagree with my colleagues is, and it's not a complete disagreement, because I understand and agree that we need to be flexible with office spaces as times change, no question. But, I've been a big proponent of office spaces, whatever form, Class A or not, because my ultimate goal isn't the office space. I don't really care about the office space. My ultimate goal is to raise median income. And we love our small businesses. Realistically, we don't see the kind of wages and salaries that would be even better, right? And what I'm hearing from the Business Development Board, and for those that are not aware, the BDB is the organization that recruits companies to Palm Beach County. They've been doing that everywhere else, but I haven't really seen that happen in Boynton Beach, because they tell me, where are these companies going to go? That's one of their first questions. Where is their potential home? And I want to make sure that all of this is market driven. Let's recognize that. All right. So if this is what we're hearing from the people who are recruiting companies, which is they need Class A office spaces, and maybe in a year from now, maybe they'll change their tunes. Maybe they don't. Maybe it's something else. But I just want you to all be aware that, when I advocate for Class A or office space in general, that's my real goal, to allow these corporations, these businesses to come in that can actually bring those high paying salaries. Again, I recognize we've got to be flexible with time. So I just want to make sure that was out there. Commissioner Hay.
I would agree with you. We may have already addressed these, but I just want to get off my mind because I heard the answer from a couple of you. 15 years from now, it would be nice to have citywide internet, where if I wanted to go out and change my location, as someone said, I don't necessarily have to go to office. I could go to a park or wherever. So in 15 years, that's a long time. It would be nice to have citywide internet. I'm not sure what's involved in that. The other thing is, back up at number 11, we were talking about how to get the traffic in and out. 15 years from now, I can see a garage somewhere on Congress. Parking is going to be a major concern and problem, challenge, when you put all of these businesses that we're talking about out there. Where are you going to park? You can't fold up and put it in your pocket. So I was thinking about if we had a garage, then we had means of transporting, which I heard somewhere, transporting those people to and from. Maybe we use little carts, like I've seen a lot of those in other cities that they use carts to transport the people back and forth. Maybe by that time in 15 years, we may be back with the trolley, who knows? But I think the idea, thinking outside the box 15 years from now, a garage is not that far-fetched. And I think that would be something that we could focus on and see what the possibilities are there. If we had that garage, then it's just a matter of how we're going to commute people. And we got means of doing that, okay, with carts and trolleys and other venues to do that.
And it links to what the mayor talked about, including that in number 11 too, is having alternative mobility options.
Yes.
That
It's
is,
a good way of saying it. Yeah.
which really is helping in terms of traffic management. It's also helping get across and move along and through the corridor.
Vice Mayor?
So I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think all of this is possible. The one thing that I do want to point out that we touched on earlier with like sense of community, right? And like pride in community is like, if there's going to be housing here, you know, obviously everything's market driven, but focusing more on home ownership and working with developers that could produce that. Because then you have those high paying jobs and they can sincerely work here, play here and live here, you know, and establish roots in the community and develop more sense of community. Because I don't think this at Boynton Beach, I think nationally you've seen a drop in sense of community and relations. And I think, you know, a lot of that has to do with being transient versus non-transient. And so this is such a huge project. Like if there's going to be housing, just my personal opinion, you know, is, you know, how do you establish that sense of community, and high paying jobs is one of those things.
And I think the sense of community gets reinforced by number 9, where you have green and open space where people
Right.
can come together and hang out, is what was used earlier.
Yeah.
But it also is having that community destination, like the community center or space there, or
Right.
major parks, which brings people together. So you whether walk their dog or run or just hang out.
Right. Yeah, no,
It's helpful.
multi
You're trying to
use.
focus a pretty clear image of what you want.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Vice Mayor, you said a wonderful thing, and I just want to jump in there and add one more comment. You know, it's not that people want to be transient. I really haven't met anyone. I mean, I'm sure there's a segment of the population that wants to be, but the reason why apartments are building exponentially and why more and more people are living there is people aren't making the wages to be able to buy a house. And so those two things really go in hand in hand. When we attract companies that can pay more, then more of our residents can actually afford to buy a house. And then our market will shift to allow for more construction because they know that there are more people that can actually pay for it. The other piece of information I just want to throw out there is that as we vision the future of the mall area, I think there's room for everything. All of you touched on it, and I'm more or less on the same page. I've asked staff, and several of them have joined me in visiting the Boca Raton Innovation Campus. It's called BRIC. And if you all take a step back in time, Boynton Beach had the Motorola campus adjacent to the cows, if anybody remembers that. And then Boca had the IBM campus. One of us decided to turn and take that complex and completely destroy it and turn it into essentially nothing but apartments, predominantly apartments. And the other one saw a little city within a city where there was room for businesses, not just small businesses, but for large businesses to be there. Now, because the businesses are there, there's culture and programming and art events, and they're getting ready to build entertainment and housing, and they have their own mobility program. So if you haven't been to BRIC, I just want to encourage all of you to go visit, because I really think that's a good model, and we could take away some really good lessons from that. That's why I asked staff to join me. But just throw that out there, really good experience. I think you'll have really lots of fun.
If you go back to their strategic plan in 2002, it was part of their vision.
Oh,
And
wow.
Yes, you can go back and look at it, because I worked with them at that time doing it. It's not exactly, because times change,
Of course.
but the primary focus is there. And it came out of a very similar session like we're doing right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, they have an educational institution in there. So there really is room for everything. Anyways, just want to throw that out there. Commissioner Cruz?
Yes, there were 2 points made earlier, home ownership, and then the fact that our medium income is really low, and we need to get it higher. I've had so many conversations with different residents as I'm walking my dog in the morning that are telling me that they're going to be moving out of that area because they can no longer afford it. And so if we see, and I know that it may seem like I'm always advocating for District 1, and it's not just District 1. Obviously the whole city is important. District 4 and 1 are on the west side of the city, and I can tell you that there is a lack of workforce housing on District 1 and 4. You know, thankfully we have the CRA on the east side of the city, which allows the CRA to purchase land, you know, as government-owned land, in which you can dictate what happens with that land. We don't have such thing. So one thing that I would like to just throw out there is, you know, we're not going to expand the CRA. We're not going to do that. But maybe if we could look into, my dream really would be, if God forbid there is a recession, and let's say that the owners of the mall are selling it, and it just so happens to be that we have the funding to purchase a piece of that land at a reasonable price, then in turn, we could potentially purchase a piece of the land, have a say in what happens in that area, and have a seat at the table. Because right now, you know, we don't. It's private property. We've had several meetings with them. I've had meetings with them. I don't know if anybody else has, but I know city manager, we've talked about that before. That's something that I would like to throw out there, because it gives us the power and the authority to say, hey, we can do this. Another thing we could do is to change the zoning to make it more, you know, commercial based, so that with Senate Bill 102, which allows any areas that are commercially zoned to have, you know, workforce housing, if we have to agree to approve a project, if it's at least 40% workforce housing, then that's something that could happen in that area in an indirect way without having to purchase the land. But it's just, you know, we have to think about it, opportunities, and, you know, tackling it from different directions. And that's something that kind of crossed my mind and was considering. I know we're not the CRA. I know it's different, and we don't have a lot of extra disposable income. We do have, you know, I won't go into the funding sources, but it's something that has crossed my mind. It's something that, you know, God forbid there is a recession and prices significantly decrease, maybe we can think about that and consider that down the road.
Go to page 20 in the same section. I want to capture it while we have it here. And that is an outcome on strong, diverse local economy is a higher median income for our residents. And add that as number 15 as an outcome. Does that make sense? And we'll come back and talk about, but back to the Congress district.
Thank you. And sorry,
Go ahead.
last thing is just, it's great that we have affordable and workforce housing projects in the east side of the city, but we don't have any of that. And we unfortunately don't have the CRA on the west side. And like many of my constituents are very, very sad that they have to leave the city. They've lived here for decades and they simply cannot afford it, so it's a legitimate concern for
You'll
my
see housing
district.
coming up under principle 5. Any others here?
Let me just quickly jump on. I want to pick your brain, Commissioner Cruz. You said we don't have a CRA in the west side. Just out of curiosity, would you be open to creating something like a CRA where we could provide incentive funding for whatever purpose, including workforce housing? Is that something
Yes.
you'd be open to?
Absolutely,
Okay, I
absolutely
see
would.
some head nods.
And to be honest
We'll
with
put
you,
that in the plan. We'll put it in the plan, the
Yeah.
5-year
I'm
plan.
keeping it vague because it can take on many forms.
I put quotes around it.
Okay.
to answer your question, Mayor, yes, I've actually met with the CRA director before, and I've had some conversations of like, what could we do for the west side? Because the reality is that the mission of a CRA is to reduce slum and blight. And we have slum and blight in the west side of the city. We have slum and blight in the mall area. We have slum and blight in a lot of the Toys R Us Plaza where the Panera is right outside the mall. Like, we have slum and blight in that area. So, because we don't necessarily have the funding from a city perspective, I know that there's other opportunities such as creating a special taxing district of some sort. There's, as you mentioned, there's different opportunities to do that, but thank you for that question, because I definitely do want to work on that side of the city, and it's something that directly benefits my constituents.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, no, I agree with both of y'all. Incentive, right? I think we've kind of talked about that in the last couple of meetings.
Captured, and we'll have that.
Yeah. So like we have this workforce housing fund too, right? We're bounded by the CRA limits, and no, I'm saying we're bounded by the CRA limits with the CRA, but not this workforce housing fund. And so one thing that, to kind of incorporate your sentiment, Commissioner Cruz, one thing I saw when I was at NLC that they did in Tacoma was like a heroes neighborhood, right? Where they provided, utilizing a similar fund, different programs to provide home ownership for work for teachers, first responders, veterans, people who live in the community, and have worked in the community, and allow them to stay, right? Instead of having to move out, because I heard that at the last first Friday from 3 different people. I got to move. These are people who live there, 20, 30, 40 years. It's generational. And I think there's a lot of different resources that we can use, and like, especially if we're giving up, if we're allowing this increase in density and height, in lieu of providing workforce housing, and we're getting dollars from that, I think we need to utilize that, and like maybe not double dipping in the CRA, but utilizing it in the west side, to prevent generational families from having to move out. It's like, that's something that, we could utilize. I don't know what y'all think about that, but I just don't want this workforce housing fund to be sitting there and we're not utilizing it. And I think what you brought up about purchasing a piece of property and having that leverage is huge, because when you have It's like Monopoly, right? Like you gotta have that right property, that strength through that positioning strength. And so like, and I don't want to open this conversation, but like, I think if staff can, like I just want to get some clarity, and this can come back at some
We
point,
will.
is what's within our scope for using those funds to purchase, a piece of land? Like, is that viable? Can we do that? That doesn't need to be answered right now, but just,
We'll get it
Yeah.
back on, they'll come back as a specific.
Thank you.
I'm going to get us back to Congress because you're creeping into principle 5 when you talk about housing.
Yeah.
It's covered there as well as.
And Lyle, let's make sure that after everyone has spoken, let's take a 30 to 40-minute break for lunch or whatnot, and then let's do that after, all right? But let's conclude this item. Let's move on. Commissioner Hay and then Commissioner Kelly.
My comments is more or less just a FYI, as I was listening, and I've been talking to a lot of younger people than myself, and about rentals and the direction that this nation seems to be going. And just based on Commissioner Cruz' comments about home ownership, I would agree. The cost of housing is just skyrocketing out of control, and not many can afford it. And as I talk to young people, they really don't want a mortgage as such. We're in a mobile society when it comes to our younger generation. They really don't want that mortgage or to cut the grass like Harry and myself. We still have that mentality, but they just want to be able to pay somebody to do that and move on after so many years. And so I think to support housing, whether it be affordable apartments or whatever you want to say, there's a place for that. And that's the direction that the world is going in, even though I still would like to have single family homes for those first homeowners who would like to have that experience. But as I do my research, I'm looking at the majority, they really don't want that in this growing society. I don't know what you call them, Gen Zs or
You'll
whatever.
see that in principle 5.
Yes, okay, good.
It's under the livable community.
Okay, good.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of touch on what Commissioner Cruz and you, Mayor, were saying about special districts. I really struggle with special districts. I have lived in districts where there's assessments for increased, for increased need and infrastructure, and, does it have a good purpose? Yes, but it also is financially on the residents. And sometimes residents who don't get to benefit from those taxes and those increased assessments, and that last for 30 years. So, I have spoken many times, and I've talked to staff, and we've talked at commission meetings about incentives and incentivizing. And I think that that is key. I think that special districts, although they have their place, I think we need to be creative in finding incentives and ways that we can bring in and appeal to business and development that we can then control. And I think there's likely ways that we can be creative in how we can have a piece, like you said, Commissioner Cruz, about buying a piece of land so that we have that ability to kind of control what goes in there. We have that leverage. So those are, I wanted to just put that on the record that those special districts, although they have their time and place, I think that there are ways that we as a city can incentivize and increase, drive to the city without taxing our residents and without creating these districts that then is a burden for the residents in the long run. So those, I wanted that on the record. And then, but I think we're making good strides on what, what we see for Congress Avenue. But, and there's we have a lot of older apartments in District 4 that, I envision that maybe one day down the road, they will have to change, and that they will have to change into something else. And that may be an avenue where the city can participate in that and do, a home ownership. I think it's important that there is a balance. There is a need for apartments and there's a need for homes. And I think we need to provide and we need to encourage developers to bring in both so that we have the home ownership and it's not just limited to District 4 and District 2 and, District 3. There's little bits of home ownership in all of our districts, but to encourage, that even, more of an even availability is important.
We're really into principle 5.
Okay, well then I'll stop talking about
Yeah,
that.
it's great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to reply, but in interest of getting to lunch. Yeah, incentives. I think I'm on board with you, so no problem. I know Vice Mayor said it as well. Lyle, anything else before we break for lunch?
Yeah, I'd like you to give me
The ranking?
9 out of here, and we've added 20 and 21.
Okay, ready?
We wandered a bit off the topic. We will
I got mine.
try to abbreviate some of the future principles.
Okay,
This is focusing on the Congress district, what you want to see.
okay.
Could you first, one moment, Commissioner, hey, could you just reiterate the additions to make sure we're all on the
Yes,
same page?
number 20 is dealing with the unique multi-experience venue that includes restaurants that draw residents. And 21 is unique office space and suites, including co-business space, co-office space that is responsive to the needs of business. And we've modified 2 to include arts and culture. 3 includes home ownership. 11 includes traffic management and mobility within the area. So there's been a number of changes as well.
You ready?
Yep.
2, 4, 8, 10, 13, 14, 17, 18, and 20.
Got it. Thank you.
Ready? 2, 3, 6, 10, 11, 15, 19, 20, and 21.
Mike?
2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 18, 15, 11, and 20.
I'm removing some as I go. Jeez, okay. So I will go with 20, 18. I think 15 and 18 kind of go hand in hand, so I'm just gonna say 18. 13, which could go with 1, but I'm just gonna say okay. So I said 20, 18, 13, 11, 10, 5. Well, really, actually, no, 5, 2, because I believe 5 should be a part of 2. And then 1.
Are you finished? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 14, 15, 18.
Okay. The big winners here are the arts, culture, and entertainment venues, number 2. Number 3 is variety of housing options. Number 4 is vertical mixed-use development. Number 10 is educational presence. Number 11 is the traffic management, access, parking, and mobility. Number 15 is well-designed green space for events, festivals, and gatherings. Number 18 is community center space, could be parks facility. Number 20, a unique multi-experience activity venue, including restaurants. So those are the ones that came out. Okay. We're a little behind, so what is your preference on lunch?
Can we do 30 or 45 minutes? Well, what do you guys think? 45 minutes? 45 minutes? All right, let's do
I'll
45
push
minutes.
this Getting out later. If you want to work through lunch, I'm willing to do that too.
I would say 45 minutes max.
Okay.
If we can get here sooner,
And I'm 30, and then if we.
that's fine. In the range of 30 to 45 minutes. We'll plan to be back by 30 minutes.
How does that affect the end time?
How much more time do you need, Lyle?
We've got 4 more principles under vision. We have the mission and we've got the core values today. So we've got a lot to cover yet. Again, we've wandered into some of the other ones coming up with the housing because if you look under as well as the income, because those are covered under economic development and the livability. So we'll keep it going.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Thought
you.
it won. 35 minutes. That's good enough. Ooh, man, that feels good every time I stand up.
Back into the strategic planning workshop. Lyle, I'm going to turn back to you.
Okay, let's go. I would like to see if we can get through both the vision and mission today. I don't think we'll have time for the core values. So we're going to trek on. I would urge you to focus. We've hit some of the things that you want to see in the upcoming principles already. Focus on what you want and focusing on that particular principle. See if there's any other voids, and then we'll move on to the mission. We're on page 11. Everybody there? Just turn the page. Downtown and Cultural District. 15 years, walkable, pedestrian friendly. 2, full service hotel with amenities. 3, bars and adult entertainment, or that's probably misstated. Entertainment for adults.
We're going to strike that immediately.
No, Mayor, change the words. Entertainment for adults.
Okay. Yes, we are. Page 11.
Good.
For tax purposes.
Now we're starting to be more workshoppy. Thank you, Dan. No, but it is entertainment for adults. It's not adult entertainment. Scratch that. But providing a variety of daytime and nighttime experiences.
Oh.
Light rail station and service, Coastal Link.
Oh.
A unique landscaping and architectural design surrounded by an urban neighborhood that really wants to live near a more urban area and walk there. A unique full service marina, modern mixed use developments completed and providing quality residential opportunities. Reputation as a unique and cool destination. Major grocery store serving the needs. Going to the next page, convenient access and parking. Kinetic art throughout the district. Effective flood protection and drainage to minimize the impacts of king tides. Active and thriving unique arts district for artists to live and work and for residents and guests to enjoy. And that you've maintained a top quality city hall and facilities. What other things do you want to see?
I think,
Huh?
Go ahead.
I think, I love all this. I think we need to add parking to that.
11.
Did I miss that? Oh, yes. Okay, good.
With,
Good.
yeah, it was both convenient
Yeah.
and basically usable parking too. What other things would you add here? That you want to see for downtown cultural district?
I mean, everything I see here, I like, it's good. I wouldn't change anything,
Any from
I don't-
anyone else?
So what I was gonna say was that, doubling down on like the marina and waterfront
Mhm.
aspect, because, we have the CRA on the marina, but looking at how can we expand that? Because we don't, like, we have the little beach park and, that's it. We don't have a beach outside of that.
Right.
And we have all this waterfront property. So how can we focus on commercializing that?
All right, let's add that as 16.
Okay.
Expanded commercial development along the river.
Waterfront.
Is that fair?
Yes.
So we're adding that as 16, right? Seeing you writing that is a good sign.
Anything else?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Lyle, can I get some clarification? Because I'd like
Sure.
to weigh my 2 cents here. When you say daytime and evening experiences, this is number 3.
Right.
I think this is your intention, but tell me what it is.
I may need help from one of those who brought it up too, so
Okay.
I'll do my best.
There are times in Ocean Avenue are completely dead. I think if this intent, maybe that was the intention of that comment, of that statement.
I think it
Right.
is. That
Okay.
there would be things going on during the day as well as the evening.
Okay.
And that's was really clear in a couple of you in the interviews. It shouldn't just be oriented towards night or weekends. There should be other things that would draw folks.
Absolutely.
Like where I grew up in San Diego, La Jolla, they got active activities during the day. They're very different than night. But it's both daytime and night. And I think that's the emphasis there. Did that respond?
Yes.
Mayor, can I piggyback
Go
on
ahead.
that? Yeah, so I think, I know that was one of the things that, making, our downtown so that it's, I know I am living here for as long as I have watched West Palm Beach go from, being a thriving daytime and some nighttime to then only being a nighttime where everything was closed during the day and it was all just a party town to now being back to being more thriving, throughout the entire day. And so I think that was something that was important. And one of the things that I even talked about was, incorporating, daytime, our seniors, or, and even, retired residents, I could envision, different things on even our amphitheater lawn, whether it be, group, exercises or yoga or something at Arts and Cultural where Ocean Avenue stays active and we have activities, throughout the day as well.
We actually have something like that planned coming up. We got 2 wellness coordinators that are, I know the second one's coming on board. And that's one of the things that I kind of wanted to implement. It was almost like we're doing the yoga classes out here. I kind of wanted to expand on that. So just to activate that space during the daytime.
Great, thank you. So that was kind of one of the things, is to make that, to where we're, the groups of individuals who, have time during the day, what can we do and what can we bring in? Even on the short term, we have a space now that can be used in daytime. And I feel like we're missing some use of that area for residents who, are available and around during the day too, to activate our downtown.
And there can be little things that can be done. Sugarland, Texas, Sunkist wanted to be in their downtown. And the city held tight. They refused them a executive kitchen. You're going, what does an executive kitchen have to do with this? It was a big deal because now they're going to the restaurants and bringing more activity during the day just because of it hanging tight and requiring them to not have one. Does that make sense? There's little things that you can do and techniques to really, that don't cost money to highlight the activities there. Any other comments here?
Yes, two things, Lyle.
Sure.
Piggyback on the evening experiences and that evening activities. And we're not there yet. We're really far away from it. But I just want to put it on the record that as the city continues to grow, I certainly don't want for us to become this drunken avenue, which we do see in our neighboring cities. Not going to say names. So, we need to be mindful of that. We want nighttime activities, but
I
we
grew
don't
up
want
in Delray.
Okay, I didn't say Delray, but okay.
I grew up there.
You can say it, is that what you're saying?
You can say it.
I will clarify, it's, get another point.
Yes, which is, we also have mangroves in our area. And I think protecting it is a given.
Want to add that as number 17?
Yes, but my thought is a little bit more than that, which is not just to protect it, but I wish people had access to it and to be able to enjoy it, right? It's an asset. Why are we just keeping it away? I mean, let that be one of the things that we market about our city. You can have a wonderful kayaking experience in the mangroves or whatever
Jupiter
format will look
does.
like.
We have a
There you
water
go.
trail
Exactly.
system there
Yeah.
for kayaks and canoes, and it's linked right to their downtown area.
Yeah.
So maybe it's protect mangroves, but allow for recreational, public access and recreational uses.
Absolutely. And as long as we do that thoroughly, properly, lighting, security, or whatever the requirements would be.
Good. Any others?
I would guess, Lyle, that number one implies wider sidewalks because we're trying to,
We will add that then.
yeah, definitely.
And that goes back to the earlier one about complete streets and making sure that you have those wide sidewalks.
Absolutely.
Good additions. Any others? Give me the 9 here that are most important for you.
We have,
A staff member who wants to chime in. I certainly wouldn't mind if my colleagues don't mind. A
absolutely.
member of staff after all. You want to come to the microphone, Mr. Weiss? No, I mean, if you've got staff related input, that's great.
Sorry, Glenn Weiss, the public art manager. Just in terms of the way the text here is, I think it does say like kinetic public art, but we have 26 murals, sculptures, regular things in downtown. It is a goal of the Public Art Committee to turn that cultural district into a tourist destination, at least regionally, if not statewide, for the arts. And so I think I think to broaden that beyond kinetic to
I see.
arts destination for
I love that.
seeing outdoor public art in the county and in South Florida.
Thank you for bringing that to light for the clarification.
Any others?
Yes, exactly.
It is very.
This is a hard category to narrow to 9.
Yep.
Give me 9. You said that on the first 3 too, so.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I'm having a harder time this time.
It may get harder coming up too when we get to the actions for the year.
here we go.
So give me 9 on pages 11 and 12, and we've added 16 and 17, and we've modified 12, 3 and 1.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 7, 9. So with 10, I know we've talked about this in the past. I don't know That's important. I don't know if the downtown is where we're looking at that. I think we discussed prior that we want to have a grocery store in District 2.
That was my original intention when I
Right.
brought that up.
Yeah.
my
And so-
thinking also.
So I would almost want to scratch that, not because,
Don't
no, we
vote for
want
it.
to do it. We like,
But
you
not
know,
in the
Mayor, I
downtown.
support you fully on getting this.
Thank you.
I just don't know if that's appropriate for right here in this category. And then the mangroves, absolutely.
Yep.
11, 16, and then
One more.
13. And so I think that I would broaden to just infrastructure,
Yeah.
because we can only do so much. The tide's going to happen, you know?
Got it. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Got it.
11, 13, 17.
Got it.
You ready, Commissioner, or should I just go?
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
All right, 1, 2, 3. 6,
Yep.
11, 12, 13, 16, 17.
Got it.
What did I end up with? I have 1, 3, 7, 11, 13, 14, 16, and 17.
Boy, this one's clear. I thought I might need a tiebreaker, but 7 clearly stood out.
7.
And I'll get the other commissioners following up. I talked with Catherine about following up and getting her vote. So that may change a bit when you come back to you when I put hers in. But number 1, and that is walkable, pedestrian friendly with those wide sidewalks that you're talking about, Commissioner. A full service hotel with amenities. Number 3 is that healthy adult entertainment, both daytime and evening. Number 11 is convenient and easy access and parking. Number 13 is really that infrastructure that as much the city can do to prevent or protect flooding and the drainage system. Number 16 is expanded commercial development and activities along the waterfront. And number 17 is protecting the mangroves while having public access and recreational uses. Those make sense?
Did we only go with 7?
Yes,
Okay,
because I'm going with 3, a count of 3.
okay.
And these clearly stood out. Many of these got 4 out of 4 of you. So let me do a tiebreaker. We'll see, do a tiebreaker. So right at the top of the page, 6, 7, 12, and 14. Give me 2 of those.
7.
And for 6, 7, 12, and 14. Give me 2.
7. You want 2 from each of us?
Yeah, 2 of them out of 6, 7, 12, and 14. 2 most important.
You said 6, 7.
6, 7, 12, and 14.
I think 6 and 1 kind of go
Well, then don't
a
vote for it.
little bit, yeah, hand in hand.
I'm gonna do 7 and 14.
7 and 14. Got it?
I'm ready. 6 and 12.
I'm gonna go 7 and 14.
Let me ask, what is meant by a full service marina? I just want to have a clarity on that because the reason why I didn't pick that, because I thought we already have that, but is there more services that we're looking for?
So I think full service marina is a little bit misleading, like private. You know, because we have the marina's owned by the CRA, and so it's small. It's a small marina. If you go down,
This would be an expanded
and yeah,
marina services.
yeah, it is full service. I mean, there's one, two or three pumps. I think just expanding that marina, right? Because it's an economic driver, right?
It was
If
for
people have
drawing
the
boats
ability,
here.
yeah, if people have the ability, I mean, boats are not cheap, right? Yachts are not cheap. And if you have the ability to expand that, it's an economic driver. Large marinas are economic drivers. So looking at how we can expand that, I think is,
So we should,
and that would kind of go into the commercial development of the waterfront.
Yeah, good.
So
Right.
instead of being full service,
Let's do
it's expanded.
Expansion, yes.
So I'm glad I asked because
Yeah.
again, I didn't pick it because I thought
Yeah.
we,
And maybe we could fold
Already
that into,
Yes.
maybe 16 or 17.
Sort of, but you kind of look, I kind of think of like Sailfish Marina that has
Right.
Or
a
actually 16.
a store, it's got more docking, it's got more, it's just bigger.
Right.
And offers more services where somebody is going to go there as opposed to bypassing it to go somewhere else.
Right.
Maybe we fold that into 16, which would be that
Yeah.
expanded commercial service on the waterfront. Does that make sense?
Yeah, expansion
Then
of
we don't need to
commercial
vote for that
waterfront with
one.
a focus on
Aren't-
marina.
Aren't we limited on both the north and the south of expansion of that marina?
As of
Because
now.
you got mangroves. You
Yeah.
also have private ownership on the southern end.
Well, it may have to, there's potential, it could go somewhere else
Right.
too. I mean, we have Gateway Marina that is a boat storage, but if somebody, there is maybe another location, maybe not just
Okay.
right there,
Yep.
that we can, where there might be some other.
Okay.
Yeah, the focus doesn't have,
So are you
Yes.
all comfortable with me folding that into the other
Yes.
one?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And I'll do it that way,
Into
including
16.
that. That was good. And then, so we've got now 6, 12, and 14.
for me, it is 12 and 6.
Got it.
So what are we adding?
Why don't we start again? I got 12 and 6.
didn't I already go?
Well, again, because we took.
Did
one
we,
out.
all right, I'm confused.
We got 6, 12, and 14. Give me
Six.
2 there.
Okay, and we have waterfront in there? Okay, yeah.
Waterfront, we've already made it.
So 16's made it, right?
Yeah,
So maybe we add the focus on marina expansion?
we included that in number
Okay.
16.
Okay, perfect.
That's what I folded in.
Okay, got
We
it.
don't need
Got
to
it.
vote on it. We just.
Yeah.
Wipe it
And you
out.
said 6, 12, and 14.
Yeah, give me 2. And I got a 6 and a 12.
I would say 6, and then, well, I guess, again, 6 kind of rolls in with 1. The broadened of the 12,
I say
like
12 and
Okay.
14.
Glenn had mentioned.
I'm going to say 12 and 14.
Art destination.
Okay.
Are we sure?
What do you
We're doing
got?
6, 12,
12 or
and 14,
14.
right?
No,
Yeah,
no
give
peer
me
pressure.
2.
Okay, 12 and 14.
So we're going to add 12 as that arts destination as well. And we'll include the marina as part of the waterfront. Okay? Scratch the numbers. I don't know how they got there. This is livable. You all talked about having a great reputation as a place to live. What? Well-maintained neighborhood infrastructure. Choice of quality and affordable housing for families and individuals. You were hitting that earlier this morning. In 15 years, residents taking pride and ownership in their neighborhood and community, we should add. neighborhoods connected to other neighborhoods, parks, and other neighborhood or community amenities. Housing opportunities incorporated into mixed use. Infill developments turned into modern housing options. This one, several you brought up, some of your older housing stock, put 15 years on it. What does it look like? Well-lighted neighborhoods, A-rated public schools, that it's become a reason for living here. Upgraded and modernized homes with programs and resources to support and assist homeowners. That your neighborhoods are quiet and safe. Next page, the stable and increasing single-family home values. Homes meeting village code. Inclusive community, welcoming diverse cultures. Great libraries serving the needs of our residents. Reputation as a great place to live. Pride in our community, both by residents and businesses. Family-friendly community for all generations. Residents come and stay for a lifetime. City and sponsored community events and festivals, bringing the diverse community together. Major corporations and businesses contributing to our community. And number 20 is residents and businesses well-informed through proactive communications from our city. Going to the next page, 21 is residents actively involved and participating in governance. Easy mobility with residents using a variety of modes, and celebrating Boynton Beach's history, heritage, and major individuals who have succeeded. Those were all things part of being a great place to live. Questions, comments, and additions here? Give you a minute to look at it.
Some of this stuff is a little bit redundant from what I noticed earlier with, I think it was the first category, like well lit.
Yep,
I think
there
we-
are some
We
redundancies
saw,
here.
yeah, we saw that. Quiet and safe, I think that kind of tied into public
If
safety.
you want to take out ones we've already dealt with,
What do y'all think?
Sure, which one would that be?
we haven't gotten well yet, lit would stay.
7 we've already discussed. And
Yeah, but we haven't,
that-
it didn't make it.
We didn't make it through the
7 didn't make it.
safe
No.
category.
Nope.
So maybe Lyle, it would be helpful if you can identify what has been redundant and give us
Yep.
what hasn't made.
Ones
made
that
it.
may be redundant would be number 5, because we've hit that,
And did,
right?
did that make it?
Yes.
So that made, so we can scratch that.
Yep.
And 7 did not
not.
make it. Okay.
And I think it goes not only, because it was in a couple of places alluded to, but this is what's making it more, not just safe, but more livable.
Sure.
Number 10 in many cases is covered under 1 and 2,
Eliminating 10?
Don't want to scratch that.
if you want to.
Yes.
We're scratching 1 and 10,
No.
No, no,
5
no,
and 10.
5 and
5
10.
and 10.
5 and 10. We're
Yes.
scratching 5 and 10.
The others really are not.
So just to be on the same page, we're scratching 5 and 10.
That is correct.
Okay.
And we'll make sure those get incorporated in others. Any others you want to comment on, add to, before we prioritize?
I mean, you can't, some of these you can't measure. Lyle.
Pardon me?
No, I'm just saying that some of these, you don't have the metric to measure it, like
That is
number
correct.
3, residents taking pride.
We do have well lit. I take that back. So scratch 7 too. Now.
Scratch
sorry,
7?
Robert.
The 7
Yeah,
didn't make
7
it.
too. We've got it covered under beautiful.
Okay.
Now, Woodrow, what?
Now, I'm just saying, some of these, how do you measure it? There's not, these, like number 3, residents taking pride and ownership in their neighborhood. How do you measure something like that?
I think that cities can do a variety of things. And I'll give you 2 quick examples. One is if you go to a couple number of cities I work with, they have block party trailers. So if your neighborhood wants to do a block party, everything you need is in there. And that then gets residents to take greater pride in their neighborhood and community. That would be a little thing. Another one in terms of pride is providing space where neighbors get to interact with neighbors and get to know them, because that starts to build pride as well. So there's some hard and soft things that cities can do to really enhance the pride and ownership. Is it going to hit everybody? Probably not, but at least the city's facilitating.
I see where you're going, because every year during Christmas time, I ride up to, I think it's somewhere up there about Forest Hill Boulevard to watch the neighborhood. They decorate just about 90% of the homes are decorated.
Yeah.
And they give a prize to the one who has the best decorated yards. So that's the kind of stuff you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I had one, couple of cities I work with, Commissioner, where they actually will have a community cleanup day, but it's clean up your own neighborhood. And they weigh the amount of trash because they bring, and the city, the neighborhood it takes most trash out gets recognized in an award. Let me tell you, that's done a lot to clean up a community.
Okay.
Because it's been surprising how much was picked up, yards cleaned up, and there was no charge at all, and everybody had fun on it. Then they ended up having a big picnic at the park and awarded for the most trash taken out of one neighborhood. So there's little soft things that can really enhance that pride.
One of the things that I'm thinking about, you say livable communities for all. We're faced with speeders now. And everybody and their brother wants speed bumps. Slow the traffic down. Would that be something that
You want?
I don't know whether that's a plus or negative, but it certainly does work.
Do you want to, that is number 24,
Yes,
effective traffic calming in neighborhoods?
you have a way with words. Yes.
And that is,
Lyle, can we consolidate, what do y'all think about 16 and 3?
Yeah.
They seem to be the same. All right.
sure. Why don't we scratch 15
You scratch
or
15?
16,
16.
and we'll, I'm going to incorporate and combine it with 3.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So
Scratch.
don't, you scratch it, but the concept, the wording will be changed in 3 to reflect that.
We talk a lot about sustainability and
Ah,
it's not on here. So I would like to add, we had a sustainability coordinator and that hasn't been a priority.
Excellent point. What about sustainability?
we'll have that as 25.
But what about it?
What's the outcome you want?
Yeah.
More sustainable neighborhoods?
And to put that as on our priority for development is how can new development enhance our sustainability? Or, and I mean, they're adding to our city and traffic and leaving their footprint. How can they improve and enhance our sustainability by either, whether that be incorporating some sort of green within their development or, you know, what. So the city putting sustainability as one of our priorities in
So we'll
future.
try this one on you. Plans, programs, and activities to promote neighborhood sustainability, both in old and new.
Love it.
Does that capture it?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
That's for me.
25.
That was excellent. Could I also build on top of that?
Sure.
Related, but separate idea. Related to sustainability, the future of electric vehicles requires more electric vehicle charging station, which themselves require that we plan for the infrastructure that will allow for those charging stations to be installed by whomever.
That is in your 5-year plan in section 9.
Okay,
It's actually an action
Fantastic.
item there.
that specific thing.
Preparing, yes, it's preparing the community and preparing the city for those electric vehicles coming forward.
Excellent, thank you.
Because if you look at Ford, GM, Toyota, they've all announced the phasing out
Right.
and going to electric.
Right,
And I have a number of cities that are in new developments requiring 220 in the garage to facilitate the potential for electric vehicles. It's actually changing the building code to require that. That's not uncommon.
great.
And one who drives an electric hybrid, I look, well, where do I park here today? I got my charge point on my phone.
I've spoken to a handful of small businesses that have told me they want a station because to be on that map of electric charging,
Oh, you bet.
it is such a boom for their business, right? People look for those stations, and if they're on there, I mean, that's a gold mine for them.
Target.
This
mean,
is my
Target.
charge point, Mayor, right here.
Target.
And it tells me where they are.
But they are not dumb. Target put in like
Yeah.
20
Tesla's charging station.
Tesla charging
Yeah.
stations and they are busy all the time. Every
If
time I
you
go to
look
Target.
at the Turnpike now, the Florida Turnpike, they have
Mhm.
strategic charging stations at their service centers. So we've got that, and that could be part of that sustainable neighborhoods and community.
Right.
But there is a specific action and objective I think the objective is being prepared for e-vehicles, both as a community and as a city. Good. Great additions here. Any others? No, give me 9, folks.
Okay. 1, 2,
Yep,
3,
yep.
8, 15, 17, 19, 22, and 24.
22 and 24.
Yes.
Got it.
1, 2,
Yep,
3,
yep.
14, 22, 23, 24, 25.
That was easy. Get to it. Got it. You
I have-
ready, Amy?
Yep. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8,
4, 6, 8.
18.
Yep.
How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 18, 22, 24, and 25.
Got it. Who am I missing? Mayor.
1, 2, 8, 14, 18, 20, 22, 23, and 25.
Give me one more choice. If you were to add one more, what would you add that you didn't vote for?
I think I said 18. Or you, for each of us?
Yeah, everybody add one more.
Oh, everybody add one more.
I got 18.
6 for me.
Got it.
21 for me.
Ew. All right. Oh, we're gonna have a tiebreaker now. Sorry about that. 3, 6, 14, 21, 23. So the ones that have made it, so this is, will maybe helpful. Number 1 is well-maintained neighborhood infrastructure. 2 is choice of quality and affordable housing for families and individuals. 8, A-rated schools. 18, city and sponsored community events. 22 is easy mobility. 24 is effective traffic calming in neighborhoods. And 25 is sustainable plans, programs, and activities for sustainable neighborhoods. Those are in. But now looking at 3, 6, 14, 21, and 23. Give me 2 more here that are important to you. 3, 6, 14, 21, and 23.
I think we have.
These all got 2.
Oh.
I need to get the 3.
3.
No, give me 2 out of these.
Oh, 2 out of these.
21 and 23 for me.
We go 3 and 21.
Got it?
6 and 21.
Got it?
3 and 6 for me.
All right. Who voted for 23?
I voted for 23.
All right.
Well, you mean at the originally, I voted.
No. I need the one in the tiebreaker who voted for 23.
Before?
Yeah, I voted 21 and 23
All
in
right.
the second round.
Did you vote for either 3 or 6?
Originally?
No, now.
No, I voted 21 and 23.
Right. You could be the eye doctor. 3 or 6, your choice.
Oh. I
You're
see
the
what saying.
tiebreaker, man.
3.
So we'll add 3.
Yes.
Which is a
Aw, man.
reputation and pride as a great place to live, right? We got it. And that's combining 16 and 3, great place,
Okay.
pride in it. And then the other one we'll add is 21, residents involved and participating in governance. Going to page 16, we're on fun. And this is citywide. Diverse expanded rec programs. 2 is access to natural and open space areas. Places to go to have experiences with family and friends. Upgraded and well-maintained design, diverse parks with venues in those parks. Safe and well-maintained playgrounds. Specialty parks like skate park, dog park, which is a people park for people with dogs. Splash pads, which are replacing a lot of pools. Pickleball, and who knows what the next trend will be. What was that? Chicken pickle. The next one is a multi-use facility for a variety of performances, programs, and that are live. That's what that one. And then an amphitheater is more specific, outdoor amphitheater. All parks meeting safety and accessibility standards. That could be combined with 4. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You okay with that, folks? I
Yeah.
intervened a little bit. So I heard 2 yeses over here, right? And a nod. So we'll include that in number 4. Restaurants, a variety. Partnership with schools, community organizations, faith-based, or coordinated recreational programming. A top quality, well-maintained municipal golf course with new clubhouse and 3 to 6 hole practice facility.
Very specific. No,
I know.
I am not a
Wasn't me.
golfer. That's so
Commissioner Hay,
specific.
do you golf?
Nope.
Somebody called in.
I think, Dan, you are correct, because it was part of the write-up.
That's very specific.
Uh,
I got it in there.
It is. I write down, anybody bring it up, it's here. We'll focus it down. That's what we're doing today. Sports venues for tournaments and recreation. And this is a challenge for cities today because you've got amateur professional youth sports and then recreational sports, and they compete. Is that making sense? And then you've got one that's emerging now is a competition between tackle football and flag football. Are you aware of this at all? Lincoln, some
Yes.
because one of the mayors I work with is in Palatine. He's got one of these. This is the Bear. He played for the Bears. He was a defensive back. His son got severely injured with a head injury. And so 6 years ago, he developed a flag football program. 3 years ago, it was endorsed by the NFL, urging schools not to allow for tackle football before the high school, because that's where a lot of the injuries occur. And so you've got the NFL putting money into areas like South Florida to get kids out of playing peewee tackle football at 6 or 8 and play flag football, where they teach them the fundamentals of the sport, but are not tackling. Does that make sense? That's an emerging one out there. So this is looking at both tournaments and competition travel teams and just getting kids to recreate. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I coached, when I was a professor at the University of Colorado, I coached junior football. And the coach there, Sam Pagano, whose son was a big coach in the NFL, said, this kid's spastic. He's never going to do well. His name was Tony Baselli. Yeah. That is correct. 6'7", 235.
Something you don't know?
335. Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
But he had been written off, and he went to the other high school in town because he had been written off in 6th grade. So kids develop in different ways. And the real challenge today is recreational sports for kids, just learning to have fun experiences. Top quality marina, again, serving the needs of our boating community. Do we have that one adequately covered under the other?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's scratch it then. A variety of experience-based businesses for families and adults. Esports, are you all familiar with esports? You are, not in your head. Because cities have converted big boxes into esports venues where you come and watch kids. And these kids have sponsors, and any of you have seen them on TV. Very competitive. But having that as a major attraction, both for just local competition and tournaments. And this one was brought up, active fishing community with tournaments and recreational experiences for fishing. tennis center, serving the needs of our residents. Major indoor facility in West Boynton, which we talked about earlier.
Like a recreational facility?
Community center,
Okay,
rec
yeah.
center, park without, there would be both indoor and
Like a
outdoor.
hybrid?
Access to the beach with amenities and community events attracting residents.
For the access to the beach, is that just and I feel like the mayor has already brought this up, like the ability to get there, like that kind of ties in with mobility, I think. And we have that down already, right? Or do we want to focus more on that or?
I would leave it here. I think
Okay.
It goes beyond,
Okay.
the other was the destination. This one here is to the beach.
Okay.
And and several of you talked about in the interviews of having options to get to the beach, east-west mobility without car.
Right.
That was brought up a lot, and that's what this one is. If
Okay.
we're gonna have fun, we need to have access to it.
Right.
And I don't want to have to go in a park.
We haven't covered that already. You're
No.
saying you don't have that down as part
No.
of everything else in respect
No,
to
we've
mobility?
got the mobility as it relates to the west side.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments, or additions? Give me the 9 here that are most important for you as you look out 15 years. Again, 15 years, most important.
Let me just chime in
Sure.
briefly. You know, when I use the word fun in our interview, I meant that in the context of tourism. Yes, we want to have these amenities for residents, but I think I said the line of something like, it's more fun in Boynton, right? It was just
Right.
one idea. And so it's kind of implicit. I don't know if we need to write it down at
Oh,
all,
I think we can put it in the heading
but
for all dash residents and our guests.
sure. I mean, marketing
You
for
bet.
this is not explicitly written, but it's implied.
No, we can put after all dash, here's for our residents to enjoy, but also our guests, because
Okay.
they're going to come here and enjoy these because it's an asset.
So I see where your head's at, Mayor, and I agree with you. I think, like, there's a little, like, how can we do this how can we promote this on the private side? I think is kind of where you're going with that. And then we have some of these public things that we've discussed earlier and we've all agreed on, you know, and I think focusing on how to make Boynton fun is important. And some of that may not be government services,
That's
but,
correct.
you know, economic development.
I think a number
So-
of these could be done in conjunction with
Correct,
partners.
correct.
There could be the partners, community, schools, private sector.
Yep.
All of the above. For example, in Bettendorf, their sports facility is privately operated. City put in the infrastructure and the land, and it's operated and owned by the private sector.
And that's kind of what we're doing now with the Little League or with you know, primetime sports and everything else.
Yeah, so my mind was more on the marketing, the branding.
Yep.
But that may be more of an action step.
Or it's up here at the heading too. By
Okay.
just clarifying the heading makes it even clearer.
All of that works for me.
And
Sounds
it
good.
becomes very much part of that brand.
Branding, I guess, maybe. Should change
Good.
it.
Any others? Give me the 9 and you're ready, fire off.
2. See, now that my mind's focused on branding, I think I got to revisit this, right?
This is what
Because
you
if I'm
want.
worried
This
about-
is
You know what I mean? Because, you
15
know,
years.
parks
what
and
do you want?
playgrounds, they're important. Is that branding the city or is that for residents? You know? All right. Let's start with 20. I think that's important. 20, 19,
Yeah,
17,
yeah,
16,
yeah,
13.
yeah,
Sorry, Bo, not going to go for 12. 11
yeah.
and
You
I'm
got 3 more. Don't assume they're just gonna be there in the future either.
Right, right. I'm just, it's like I want to go parks, park venues and playgrounds,
So number
but like,
4,
what do we, is that in the bucket of tourism? You know what I mean? Is that in the bucket of branding? I'm not sure, you know?
it's both, well, this is both.
Okay.
What are your other 3?
I mean, the amphitheater, we have that. We're doing well with that. We're known for Pirate Fest, right?
Mhm.
So I think that's I mean, like a lot of this stuff, I feel like we were actually doing pretty well with. That's
But what do you want to see in fit? Don't assume it's gonna be there either.
okay.
Should be your priorities of what you
Yeah.
want to kind of stay.
That is,
What-
Okay, so there
what
you
your-
go.
Let's put it that way.
Playgrounds, park venues. I think they,
Okay.
diversity in parks is important. Because when you stand out a little bit different from the other municipalities, you draw people in.
okay, what else?
2.
Got it. You mean-
2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 13, 17, 18, and 20.
Got it.
1, 2, 5, 9, 11.
9 is 3.
Oh, did we combine it?
It's 4.
That combined with
Can we combine 1 and 11?
Now I have to come up
They're
with 2 more.
different.
Are
One-
they though? Because
What?
recreational programs for all generations, responsive community needs, partnerships with schools, community organizations.
You want to combine those 2?
Yeah. 'cause-
No. No, and no, and the reason, no, and the
What's your-
reason, no, and the reason why is because partnerships with schools, community, like I envision that as being us partnering with like the YMCA
Uh-huh.
or Christ Fellowship or another gym or some other
Right.
organization to do something. So I think it's different than us personally
Like the city
in-house.
offering. Okay,
Right.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's how I looked at
Yeah,
it.
no, that does make sense.
I don't want to have to find another one.
That's the real reason.
All right, 1, 2, 5, not 9, 11, 17, 18, 20, 21.
Got it.
All right. I'm going to go with 1, 3, 6, 8, 20, 18, 17, 15, and I will choose, if Bo's listening, number 12.
Oh.
All right. But listen, our golf course is making money.
It does.
More people are coming towards it. I'm going to leverage that. So I'm going to pick that precisely.
Did I say 21? I think I missed that one.
You did miss that one.
Okay.
You want to
I had
add
those.
one
I had
more,
9. 1, 2,
everybody.
3,
Add me
4,
a
5,
tenth
6, 7,
choice.
8, 9.
Oh, add one more?
Add one more that you did not go for.
8.
Commissioner Kelly, there you go.
I got an 8.
12.
Lyle, I think I only had 8 on my first go,
You did.
so I'll add 12 too.
So you got me one more.
12. I did, I just did too.
I voted for it.
Who
Is
am I
Is
missing
that what
on the
is that what it
additional
sounds
one?
like?
Did you give your additional one?
Mayor,
My additional one is 19.
Okay.
And you gave your additional one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what?
There we
All right, Bo, 12.
There go 12. I knew it.
For sake of consistency.
The ones that
We're not
stand
supposed to
out,
get
I know
along
this
this
has been a
well.
little screwy in terms of, but it makes sense. Number 1 is expand your recreational programming. 2 is access to natural and open space. Number 4, which is the parks and specialty parks. So it's 4 and 6 that are safe, well-maintained, and that includes your playgrounds. Number 12. The golf course, really making that more of an asset. 17, fishing community. 18, tennis. 20, access to the beach. 21, community events. Again, I'll clean this up. We'll have another crack at it, but this is focusing, we're going to have fun for both our residents and our guests. And these are the things that are going to be our foundation for the next 15 years. Strong and diverse economy.
Lyle, before we
Sure.
proceed, let me ask, so everybody can schedule out the rest of their days. Are we likely to finish by 3 o'clock today
We're
what you-
getting close.
for what you planned out?
Not everything, but I have a 3 o'clock. It's been told to me is a real drop dead time.
Well, we'll set it to 3.
We'll strive for 3.
Okay.
We make go just a skosh
Smidge-
beyond it,
smidge
but
longer.
not much.
Okay.
The other will go fairly quickly, the mission, I think. This one here, we've added 15, right? On page 20,
Yes.
we added the higher median income in 15 years for residents,
Yes,
right? From our earlier discussion.
correct.
What did I hear about the strong and diverse economy? And it's your local one, Boynton Beach. What is it? Home to a major corporation or regional office. 2 is retail. 3 is high quality as well as locally and national restaurants. I heard more restaurants here. Support for working at home and home offices, because that is a trend out there. 21st century jobs for our residents, a university and college presence, light industry, trade school with career-oriented programs, co-work space for small business, culture of supporting entrepreneurial spirit and business development, satellite of a major corporation, sports tourism destination for local and regional tournaments, variety of quality major hotels. This one is somewhat redundant of 3 if you scratch the restaurants. Entertainment-based businesses is number 14. That's what I heard when I asked about strong local economy. And you wanted it diverse, I heard, and stronger. Comments about the local economy? This one here, give me the 8 that you feel should be the focus over the next 15 years.
8, only 8. Let's go with number 15, higher median income.
Yep,
Number 1,
yep,
3,
yep,
5,
yep,
6,
yep,
8,
yep.
10,
Got it.
1,
and did I say 13?
One more.
13.
Got it.
1,
Yep.
3,
Yep,
4,
yep,
6,
yep,
8,
yep.
12, 13, and 15.
If I were to advise you, go for 1.
Okay, so 1,
Then that pushes it over. Thank you. What are the other ones?
15,
Stretch. 15,
14,
yep,
12,
yep.
I thought we scratched 14.
No, we just took out the restaurant.
Restaurants, entertainment.
Oh,
still in
okay.
there.
I said 1 already, right? 10,
Yep,
8,
yep,
6,
yep.
how many I got left?
2
3,
and
5.
got it. Who am I missing?
Me. Stand by.
These are critical.
Okay, 1, 3, 4, 9, 10, 12, 15. And I owe you one more. I'll go with 14.
Give me one more choice. Who you didn't vote for, everybody?
2.
14.
13. 13 we kind of covered in the downtown. I guess this would be citywide.
It could go other places
Okay,
too.
so 13.
Number 7, light industrial.
That's a good
I
one.
think I got everybody's right. This is very focused. If you look at your strong, diverse local economy means in 2038, home of either a major corporation, regional office, but some type of presence. 1. 2 or 3 is high quality, locally owned and national restaurants. You want restaurants as part of that.
Number
Number
3 was
three.
the first one.
No, 1 and 3. 6, the university and college presence. Number 8, trade school. So education, workforce. Number 10 is you have a culture of supporting entrepreneurial spirit and business development. Number 12, sports tourism. 13, quality hotels, which are needed to support that. 14 is entertainment based. And the ultimate goal that I will lead off with in 15 years, we have higher median income for our residents. Does that make sense? So that is the vision I heard. What I'm going to do is clean this up. You'll see some things moved around. And this again is your first draft. My purpose today is to help focus it. I'd like to see if we can get over the next hour, the mission. And that's on page, section 7. I heard 5 things as I talked to you. And this financially responsible and sound, providing X services, and I'm going to get to that in a moment, and planning and investing in the future through a high-performing team, and that you've engaged your community. That's what I heard. Now, before you even, we dive into it, blank services. What is the quality word would you like to use to describe the service level provided by your city government? What word would you use before it? Amy, what word would you use?
Gosh,
Off
Yeah.
the top of the head.
I was going to
Blank
say
municipal service,
superior,
superior.
up it.
Woodrow, what word would you use?
Quality.
Quality. Mayor?
Excellent.
This is blank municipal services. City of Boynton Beach just provides blank level of service. What would you strive for? Gold standard.
Ooh,
I was just thinking gold star. How about gold star? I'm just
No, no,
joking.
the reason I asked.
We don't do
this-
stickers here. We don't do stickers. Platinum level.
Platinum's usually above gold, right?
uh-huh,
Yes.
yeah.
The reason I asked this, many years ago, I was doing this in a city in Iowa, and there was a corporate executive on it. And he said, the city provides too high a level of service. And everybody was struck by it. He says, I've been on for 3 years and I've never got a snow removal complaint. Whoa, no snow removal complaint. And he said, yeah, if we're a corporation and got no complaints, we'd be broke. So we ought to be providing okie dokie service.
Mediocre.
Oh my God. If you go to that or a city today, they now know that our standard is okie dokie because it started to permeate the culture of the organization. Words mean something. And when you talk about what we ought to strive for in services, I've got superior, quality, excellent, gold. Dan, what word would you give me?
Lyle,
Yeah.
I think it sounds, I'm going to amend my response to exceptional. I can hear it sounding better. Exceptional municipal services.
Superb.
How many like what the mayor just said?
Huh?
Think about it. We'll come back to this. Just keep this in the back of your mind. It is a very significant message to the community and to the employees, because this is our gold standard and it's for us. And what does that mean is the real critical part.
Could we quickly run down what were everyone's input?
Yes, superior quality, excellent, gold standard, platinum possibly, and exceptional. So we'll come back to it. Think about it, mull it over in the weeks, and we'll come back and I'm going to ask you this again. What do you want to see best captures it? I'll ask again in a few minutes after we go through the question. Go to pages 4 and 5. For the sake of time, and these are not as controversial, differing views, I'd like you to read on page 4 and 5, the 18, and then I'm going to ask, are there any questions? And then I'm going to have you pick the ones that are most important. So I'll have you read
How many are we
pages
picking?
4 and 5. What?
How many are we picking?
I don't know yet. We'll see if we add some.
Okay.
But I would say in the 80-ish range, Amy. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Again, that are most important for this group. It doesn't mean the others are not, but we want to emphasize these.
Why does that keep happening? Somebody moving their mic around?
I don't know.
What?
IT, we're getting like a humming up here every once in a while.
Yeah.
Feedback.
Questions or comments on either pages 4 or 5? Questions? Comments? These came out again of you and from staff.
Mm.
Give me the 8 and the 9 here that are most important for you as it relates to a financially responsible and sound city government.
1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 14, 18.
Thank you.
You said 7?
9.
9.
One?
Yeah.
3, 4, 6, 9, 12, 13, 16, 18.
Lyle, before I share mine,
Sure.
number 18 says have a diverse revenue stream or streams to fund city government.
Right.
I've said this before, I think last year. The diversity I'm looking for is one that's more stable and not so volatile.
All right, let's put stable and diverse.
Okay,
That's easy.
I don't want to box myself in now, so I'm not going to elaborate on that. But I think if
No,
you
I
guys
think
remember from last year,
That makes sense.
I threw out some ideas, so.
No, I think that's a very appropriate.
Yeah.
Because if you've got diverse ones every year, that means you're changing every year. And the diversity needs to lead to stability.
Yes, that's also true, but I meant one that doesn't fluctuate so much with the
Right, with
economy.
Economy.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes, 18,
Yep,
15,
yep.
13, 11, number 10, 8, 6, 5, and 4.
Okay. Yeah, yours, Amy?
Yes. 1, 3, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 18.
Give me one more choice that you did not vote for the first time.
Five.
Thank you. Thank you.
16.
Seven.
This is a strong statement. Fiscal, financial responsibility and sound for Boynton Beach city government means, 1, adequate resources to support defined service and levels of service. 3, is continually evaluating, adjusting, and eliminating services responsive to the changing needs of our community and residents. 3, developing new and innovative programs to reduce costs.
What are we doing?
Or 4, that's number 4. Number 5, have fund balances and reserves consistent with standards and policies. Number 6, deliver services in the most cost-effective, efficient manner. Number 7, leverage city resources through partnerships, grants, and outside funding. 9, maintain appropriate cash reserves. Number 13, have a clean audit. And number 18, unanimous, have a diverse and stable revenue streams to fund city government. Again, that should become a challenge for every department, every employee trying to achieve this as they look, not in the future, but today going forward. Does that make sense?
Lyle, did you say 1 and 2?
1 and 3,
1 and 3.
yes. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 13, and 18. They clearly separated them out. Strong statement. Go to the blank municipal services. Scratch outstanding. On pages 6 and 7. And this will come back to the word, but we've got several good ones here. Provide blank core essential municipal services. Number 2, hire, develop, and retain a top quality, diverse city workforce. It means make city services easy and convenient for our residents. That was a theme that I heard from all of you, that making it as convenient, as seamless, recognizing that we have different folks with different needs and different approaches. But easy, we'll see how it comes out in the vote. Develop and upgrade performance metrics and use the information to reduce costs and enhance service delivery. Have an organization culture that supports and empowers managers, supervisors, and employees. Continuously evaluate and improve policies, systems, and process. Use information technology to better serve our community. To establish service goals and performance standards and explore ways to improve essential city services. Know best practices and then apply them to your city government. Have a workforce dedicated to public service. Going to the next page. Provide essential city services online. Have a reputation and receive awards for city organization and service excellence. Have city employees involved in professional organizations. Have fair, equitable, and consistent city services, processes, and enforcement. Have accredited departments that are meeting and exceeding national standards. Have city providing directly essential services, and define city core service responsibilities. Those were ones that I heard as it relates to municipal services. Questions or additions there? Questions, additions, changes?
I guess 11 and 7, we could kind of consolidate, right? Right? Like utilizing. Okay. I mean, we kind of done that with Sage, with the permitting process and everything. But like, I think like
Maybe
a great example.
including, services online would be a way of doing that.
We could do more.
That's what I'm saying. That was a good start,
Yeah.
but we can definitely,
You
that's why
leave
I want
them
to
separate?
consolidate 11 and 7.
Consolidate them?
Yes, because
Are
I
you
think
guys
we need to
comfortable
make
with that?
things more
All
seamless.
of you?
Yes. They sound the same.
So we'll put including online.
Right.
Okay. Any others? Give me the 8 here that are most important for you.
Three.
Yep.
5, 6, And with 6, like, have them become more efficient, I think is kind of what we touched on.
Or simpler at times too.
Right, exactly. 7,
Yep,
12,
yep,
15.
yep.
What do I owe you?
One more.
Some of these are a little bit. the- Like, some of these can kind of umbrella each other. Like 10, could be exceptional service.
We're gonna cover
Right.
that partly under
Okay.
the next one too.
Um, $14.
Got it. Amy, you ready?
Yes.
All right.
2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, and 15.
Got it.
2, 3, 6, 7, 9, 12, 14, 17.
For myself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 14.
Give me one more, please,
That we didn't vote
that
on?
you did not vote for.
One.
Got it?
8.
Got it?
1,
6.
Boy, this again is very focused. 1 is providing those services that are responsive, core services responsive to the need. 2 is hire, develop, and retain a top quality diverse workforce. Number 3 is city services easy and convenient for our residents. 6 is continuously evaluating and improving policy systems and processes. 7 is using technology, including online services. Number 12, develop a reputation and receive awards for excellence. And 14 is having fair, equitable, consistent services, processes, and enforcement citywide. I would like a tiebreaker between the following: 5, 8, 9, and 15. 5, 8, 9, 15. Give me 2, please. Two most important for you.
Those were 5, 8.
5, 8, 9, and 15. They all got 2.
Five and 15.
Thank you.
We'll go 5.
Thank you.
8 and 9.
Thank you.
9 and 15.
Sounds like.
No, I think. Then we've got a tie between 9 and 5. Seeing if there's a way of. Comments about 9 and 5?
I think 5. So like, no best practices apply to Boynton Beach city government, service delivery, and process improvements. I think with 5, a culture is so important in any organization. And whether it's corporate, government, culture defines what that individual does when nobody's looking, right? And I think you get that with autonomy, and that's how you get collective ideas, creative ideas, free thinking, when you adopt a culture of autonomy and the ability to, lead and not direct, and I think we have that here. Like
I would put it under high-performing city team and then just fold in 9 under this one and
Okay.
incorporate
Let's
the
do
other
that.
under the high-performing.
Yeah.
Does
Let's
that
do
make
that.
sense?
Yep.
So we'll include 9 and I'll move 5
5, 2.
to that culture of the team. Does that make sense? Are we keeping you awake over here? I heard a yawn, somebody.
Andrew.
Was that who it was? I couldn't, all I heard was,
Biggest yawn.
the mid-afternoon, you got a few more minutes, Lyle, and you get her yet done, right? Too many, did you have one of those? One or two? Two?
Yeah,
So we end up combining,
Yeah, there we go.
5,
Well, 5 is gonna go to to principle 4, and we'll incorporate that, and we'll take 9 and fold it in here. That will
Okay.
work.
okay.
Another thing that you all talked about is part of the city's responsibility is plan and invest in the future. If you're not doing the planning and investing, who does? And you can go to cities and see how in the heck did that happen? You may recall that in my interviews, I introduced myself. And the reason I left the city of San Diego was they threw out the comp plan, development standards, and zoning. And for 5 years, San Diego had none ability to control or invest in the future. And if you go there today with all this rain this spring, Mission Valley, which is the river bottom, flooded. Well, it was originally planned as a greenway. And when it took out the development, they put in high rises, 3 shopping centers. And today they're paying the price for that decision. And as you all talked about it with me, one of the things we need to do is make sure our downtown cultural district and the Congress corridor become an assets for our community, and that we need to do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That was a strong message. That's why this is here. Because you said if we're not doing it, we could wander into the future and 15 years later you go, how in the hell did we get here? We did it incrementally and it never created any value for our residents or for our businesses. So what does this mean? It's develop and update the comp plan and master plans to guide future development and redevelopment. It means develop, update, and fund, that's the F-bomb, funding. Capital improvement. A lot of the cities I work with are no longer calling it a capital improvement program, but a community investment. Because residents can understand it. It's easier to go out and back to marketing time is saying, hey, we're investing in the future in these projects and changing. It's still a CIP, just different words, but it is one that many cities I work with have done. Expand the local and diversify the local economy through effective economic development and community development linked to the vision of a strong, diverse local economy. Constantly evaluate community needs and incorporate into the planning and project development. Develop and institutionalize some form of strategic planning process with deliverables, not just a vision, which we'll get at next time. Have and maintain a reputation as business-friendly, resident-friendly regulations and processes. Do any of you remember bringing me up that one to me? Some of you should. It was a theme I heard in my ear, or I wasn't listening very well. have streamlined and consistent development processes while protecting your character. Evaluate, update, and enforce development standards and building codes. Anticipate issues, trends, challenges, opportunities. Be a progressive government, which is forward thinking. Have updated, well-maintained city halls, buildings, facilities. Have developers producing products consistent with approved plans and permits. Is that one clear? Development, because sometimes they may say, oh, here's what we're going to develop. And then 5 years later, you look at, well, what comes out didn't look like what was originally there. This is delivering on what is in those agreements. They're shocking back there, I heard. Have the city commission, planning and zoning align with Boynton Beach's future direction, your vision, your mission, your goals and plans. Design future developments to incorporate, namely that environmental sustainability. That ought to be part of our mission. Plan and respond to changes in climate. And working with developers and business investors to realize your vision and plans, recognizing you can't do it alone, and many of it's privately owned, and so this is going to be done in partnerships. Those are all things that I heard in the interviews. Those make sense? Questions or comments on those?
14 and 15, I think you could consolidate.
14 and 15? You want to combine them?
I think so.
I think they're kind of different though, because I feel like 14 goes specifically to developments and how, kind of like we spoke about in the last session, how we can encourage developers to participate in our, in being in more sustainable. And then 15 kind of goes with what our plan is as a city to respond to the changes of climate. So I think they're different, but if the majority wants to combine them, that's fine. But I just think they have different.
Particularly in Florida, Amy, that climate change is real. Well, actually, Florida and California, coastal communities, that is real today. It's not down the road.
Oh yeah, you see it even in, the Midwest and the middle of the country and Colorado and, the changes in.
Midwest example in Iowa, cities have been told they need to increase their road maintenance budgets. Why? Because Des Moines, which usually would freeze, once it froze, it was frozen until spring. They've had 9 freeze thaws this year, which is not good for roads. And so there are a variety of places that are being impacted in different ways. And that's a little different than the preparing for electric vehicles, looking at sustainable buildings and what does that look like? So, any other comments?
Just wanted to piggyback, Commissioner Kelly. We do have a climate action plan.
Yep,
It's more broad.
yep. And you're going to see that in your plan that's coming up in section 9. Any other comments?
Scratching that then?
What'd you say?
Are we scratching that then, since we already?
I would keep them separate.
Okay, just keep them separate.
There are different actions associated with them.
One is general, which is how I interpreted it. Sure. Yeah.
We'll see if it makes it. It may or may not. Give me the 9 here that are most important for you.
1,
Yep,
3,
yep,
5,
Yep.
6,
yep,
8,
yep.
12, 13, 14, 15.
Got it. Thank you.
1,
Yep,
2,
yep,
3,
yep.
6, 9, 12, 13, 15, 16.
Got it.
1, 2, 4, 6, 10, 13,
10.
13, 14, 15, and 16.
One through six?
What?
1 through 6.
1 through 6. Okay.
9,
Yeah.
14, 15.
All right, tiebreaker time. 4, 5, 9, 12, and 16. 4, 5, 9, 12, 16. This is trying to get to 3 with only 4 of you becomes challenge at times.
How many you need?
Are we only
3?
picking
The
one?
ones that made it are, I'll let you know, are 1, the updated comp plan, 2 is the CIP, 3 is the diverse economy, number 6 is reputation, that was unanimous, business and resident friendly. Number 13 is the alignment of the city commission planning. 14 is environmental sustainability, and 15 are climate change. All of those made it. So we're looking at what do we need to add, and it's 5, 4, 5, 9, 12, 16. They all got 2 of you. That makes sense. So give me the 2 out of here that are most important for you.
Pick 2,
Pick 2.
12 and 9.
Got it.
You want 2, right?
Yep,
5, 12.
got it.
4 and 9.
Got it.
4 and 9.
So we're definitely adding 9. And we'll see what we will hold the others, and we'll see when I get the other votes in from the other commissioner. But so we got 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 13, 14, and 15 is the focus. High performing team. And this is on pages 10 and 11. We got 2 more principles and I'll wrap things up. One is to have the city team basically respecting each other's roles and working together as one. Hire, retain a top quality workforce has already been covered under municipal services, so you can scratch it. Cultivate the next generation of managers, supervisors, and employees. Support creative thinking and innovative actions. A learning organization was what many of you talked to me about in our interviews. Once a decision, support the decision. Have the organization culture. We've already, that's the empowering one. We said we'd move it here. Produce results, evaluate outcomes, and make adjustments when appropriate. Have an effective succession programs and activities. Have competitive compensation. Build and maintain management and departmental teams. Going to the next page. Identify best practices. 12 is develop systems for recognizing and rewarding employees. Have timely communications for all. Everyone on the same, has the same information. Develop, use an effective performance appraisal system. Respect the chain of command in each other. Have training and professional personal development programs. Maintain and exceed nationally and professional national standards. Involve employees in operations. Know your job duties and responsibilities, and develop relationships based upon mutual trust and respect. A high-performing team. Questions or comments here? Any from anyone?
I'd like to see the word accountable somewhere in here.
Okay.
I think that's part of our role, right?
You betcha. Do you see which one would be, because you're talking about accountability for actions. What? Respect the chain of command and be accountable for your actions. You okay with that, Mayor?
Yes. Evaluation, accountability, they go hand in hand.
All right, we'll do that, but we'll add it to 14.
I see that.
What?
I see that. Effective performance appraisal system.
So accountability with 14?
Yep.
Sure.
I'll start off with the accountability. But it's being accountable for your decisions and actions. You'll also see that in the number section, the core values as well. Okay, any others? Give me the 9 here that are most important for you. You ready?
Ready. 1, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16.
Got it.
1.
Yep.
4, 5, 7, 11, 13, 16, 17, 19.
Okay.
One, 3, 6, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Do I owe you anything? That was 9, right?
One, 4, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 20.
Everybody give me 2 more that you did not select the first time.
4
And
11.
6 and 10.
8 and 16.
6 and 13.
that did not really help. You just reinforced each other. So the ones that really, really stand out here are 1, have the city as a team, where you know your role, you perform your responsibilities, and are accountable for it. Number 4, creative thinking, innovative actions. We're talking like 4 out. This is not subtle. 6 is a culture that empowers employees to make decisions, take actions. Number 10, maintain and develop those departmental and management team. Those are all 4 out of 4 of you. So is number 11. Know the best practices and apply them to your operations. And then number 16 is also unanimous, is hire, train and develop programs for all. And then we throw in number 12, develop systems and procedures for recognizing, rewarding. And 13, have timely communications for all. These aren't close, folks. These really separated themselves out. That makes sense? Clear message to the organization, but that's your role as a board of directors, is to say, here's what, go back to the what question, of what we expect of that high performing city team and ourselves as the board of directors here, because it applies to you all as well. Let's go to the last one and then I'll wrap some things up and give you an assignment going forward. You all talked about the importance of engaging and involving your community. And that means on page 12 and 13, positive relations with our community based on mutual trust and respect. 2 is proactive communications. 3 is inform our community in a timely manner, open, transparent, accurate manner using a variety of methods and platforms. Number 4, develop, utilize, and recognize city volunteers for their times and contributions. Listen to, strive to understand the input and feedback from the entire community, both residents and businesses. Involve residents in the governance process, boards, commissions, committees with shared vision, goals, and programs. Be personable, and friendly. Develop strong partnerships with the community organization, service clubs, and other institutions. Provide, develop, and regularly update the city website and app. Work with others to develop future community leaders. Continually build residents trusting in city government. That one could be slightly redundant of one earlier. Enhance Boynton Beach sense of pride, spirit and pride. Strengthen working partnership with our community. Develop an effective emergency communication system. Work with our faith-based community for the benefits of our community. Regularly survey and seek feedback, and welcome our diverse residents to our community. Questions, comments, additions, changes here?
I feel like 11 and 1, we can kind of consolidate,
Yep,
right?
Levin's Toast incorporated in one.
So we're taking out 11.
Yep,
And then for comms, for developing effective means,
what?
like communications, 14.
14, I would urge separate
Okay,
because in Florida.
right, this
and
is,
It goes back to, I think, Amy, you were talking about it. It goes back to the understanding your role and others in terms of emergency situations. And in Florida, we get those more regularly than some parts of the country. One quick, little humor. Palm Bay had not clarified their roles. And they were getting hit with a hurricane, and FEMA bought in a truck of water. And it was sitting there and it said to be broken, the seal to be broken only by a FEMA official. And there was lines of hundreds of residents lining up for bottled water there. So one of the council members went into his truck and got a pair of bolt cutters, opened that sucker, and gave it out. They ended up having to pay a $10,000 fine for federal violation of law, just because he had taken his, but he said they needed water. Well, we have to wait until the official gets. Whoa. Sounds like Christmas time. But anyway, that's why I would separate,
bells.
because there's some real different protocols there for you and the community.
Isn't a 13 and 17 basically saying same thing? You're going to strengthen the working partnership with our community, and then You will welcome our diverse residents, and
Would you like to combine those?
I would.
Which would you lead with?
I would strike 17 and combine it with 13.
So strengthen community partnerships through welcoming our diverse community or something like that.
Right.
You all okay with that? Or keep them separate? Give me some feedback. Combine them?
Combine them.
Sure.
Just the way you just stated.
Okay, will do. Any others? Give me 8.
Oh, boy.
Jeez. Yikes.
Yeah.
We reduced the number under 16.
Oh. Now
I
you,
got a ratio here of number and how many will come out by number of items in the list.
1, 3,
Yep,
5,
yep,
6,
yep,
8,
yep.
14, 15.
And one more.
We consolidated 13, 17, right?
Correct.
13,
Yep.
yeah.
So if it's 13, 13,
13,
17.
got it.
1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 14, 15.
There's only one difference there. Who's ready to go?
1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 12, 14, and 16.
14 and what?
16.
16? Got it.
1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 10, 13, 14.
Boy, this is clear too. They are, 1 is building positive relationships based on mutual trust and respect. 2 is the proactive communications. 3 is informing the community with the openness, transparency, and accuracy. 5 is listen to and try to understand. 8 is partnership with the community. Number 13 is that partnering leading to a welcoming of our diverse residents. 14 is effective emergency communications. So those are 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and 14 clearly stood out. So I will clean these up and get them back. Well, we can move things around. Any final word on service level? Amy, what, we've gotten several suggestions. You stay with your own or you want to try another? I've got superior quality, excellent, gold standards, manageable, and exceptional. Sure. So Amy,
Oh.
any further thoughts?
Um,
One that's popped in your mind? I'll pass. Woodward,
yeah.
Woodward,
Practical?
you can pick one of these. This is okay. You go back to your exceptional.
I'm going back to my exceptional.
Well, I think exceptional sounds good. Like,
What?
I love gold standard. I do. I don't want to let go of that.
So don't.
I'm not yet. You know
No,
what? A
don't.
gold standard.
Stand.
I want to see
take
that
your
on,
position.
I want to see that on the police cars.
We're the gold standard.
Gold
Any other
standard.
Amy
I want to see it
from
on all
you?
city vehicles, gold standard.
My mind's superior. I mean, it's right up there with
All right.
the other
We'll
ones.
come back to it one final time.
Woodrow, you're the phrase maker right now.
We've gone from manageable to remarkable.
You couldn't
All
pick
right.
one that was already
I
there?
do have 2 assignments for you. Go to section 8. I'm going to wrap up. We'll be done shortly. You don't need to do it today. Do any of you consume alcoholic beverages up there? I probably shouldn't ask that question.
Well, we won't be answering.
All right. Many of us,
I plead the fifth.
many of us, I'll pick on Lyle myself.
That's
If you had a glass of wine, just in a relaxed setting, pull out page 2. And on it, I'd like you to write down, if I went to work for the city and I came to you and you said, what do you expect of me as a Boynton Beach city employee? What would be 4 or 5 things that really are most important for you? Is that clear? And then the second one is, if you really do these things, you are going to really blank me off, upset me. Is that one clear? So here's the good things, and here are some really, I can feel my neck, my whatever little hair I have, stand up, okay? And then the third one is quality job. What does that mean for you? I don't care what the position is. What's a quality job for a city employee? And then one that you all hit me with very clearly is, what is a satisfied customer? And customer service. Then after you do that, I'm not going to go into the details. Look at the next pages and add your comments into those. As I had each department head and manager in the city fill out a page, didn't you all? I collected them and I read them. Service, professionalism, integrity, results, innovation, teamwork. That's what stood out. And the individual comments are there. Look at that. And the other assignment, and you'll get a revised one based on our discussion today, are a 5-year plan in section 9. This is a rough cut, so I will refine it today to reflect your vision and goals. 4 goals really stood out. In 5 years, we want to be a vibrant city, a great place to live, a financial city providing blank service, and safe and beautiful. It's consistent with your vision. And if you look at on these, on page 4, I'll just take vibrant. Outcomes are the objectives. Outcomes you want to see in 5 years. So on page 4 and 5, there are 12 of those. We're going to focus those down next time. But I'm going to change these based upon our discussion today. The actions that you all talked about earlier in our vision, they're going to be changed and brought in here. The second on page 6 is, what is the value? If you had to explain the value to your residents of this goal, what does it mean to me, my family on a day-to-day basis? Pages 7, 8, 9, or 7 and 8. What are our challenges out there to achieving a vibrant city? And I'm just going over the format because each goal has the same format. And then if you go to page 10, these are actions and deliverables. And on this goal, there are a whole slew of them. If it's got M/CC, that meant it came from your interview. You can see in section 5 the results of your interview. Some of these should look very, 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 very familiar. One you talked about earlier today, on page 11, grocery store attraction. You have a food desert here. This would be delivering on that. That makes sense? On this goal here alone, holy cow, there are 42 things you want done this year. Probably not realistic. And then management is working on, page 16 is management in progress. So you can look through this section, just familiarize yourself. It gives you a preview this week, this weekend. By Monday and Tuesday, I'll get it back to you, Catherine. you'll have an updated version of this, a summary of what we've done today. Here's your revised draft vision. Here's our revised draft mission, and get that back to you. So it gives you a couple weeks to think of when we get back together. Does that make sense? And then we'll prioritize this section 9. And then we take all those things that you set as priorities and determine top and high. And then staff follows through. It also leads directly to the budget. One of the things that is critical for me in budget and in recommendations to you, staff should, and this is a should, Lyle's perspective, say this recommendation helps us realize our vision or fulfill our mission, and be really upfront with the recommendation and how it does fulfill the goal of a better community for your residents and businesses. That's tying the dots together. So it's not just today, oh, we have a vision. You have blank walls here, right? Boy, what a place for your vision and goals and mission. You go to other cities I work with, they'll have one side that and then their action agenda, and they put gold stars when they achieve it. And it's because sometimes you guys could get a little boring. And if I get bored, I may even read it. So thank you for some good work today. Hopefully this met your needs. This is a beginning. This is not an end. Hopefully my throat isn't as froggy, and I apologize for the coughs. I'm one of the old generation that was Vietnam era. I flunked my draft physical because I had radiation and have extremely bad sinuses. So when Florida spring hits, the faucet is turned on. So thank you. Any other things for me? Has this met your needs today?
Any closing comments?
Nope. I just have one that and I meant to share this after I got back from NLC, but this stuck out to me and I wanted to share it with everyone. Is one of the speakers said, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. And I thought that was like very powerful, you know? So that's all I got to say.
And the budget should be guided by your vision
Right,
and mission.
right.
And that's why today was really critical, because they ought to be linked to, here's our budget, but it's linked to that broader framework.
Thank you, Lyle.
Anything else from my colleagues?
No, just thank you. I
Yep.
think it was.
Thank you.
Thank you to Lyle and thank you
Thank
to all
you
the
for your
staff.
time. Hopefully this made sense and it captures what we talked about on our interviews.
And to the residents who came and participated. Thank you. All right, a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Ah,
Aye. All right, motion passes. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
You
And happy Mother's Day.
happy
Yeah.
and
Mother's
happy
Day.
Mother's Day to all.